Vigilantism will increase until the political, judicial, and corrupt police forces are removed. And this is not just in the United States; this is worldwide. I've been talking about this for a while, and I don't agree with vigilantism. Uh, I would rather see the justice be served, but we're not, unfortunately, seeing that across much of the world right now. So it's just a natural lead into vigilantism beginning, and I'm already seeing that. I'm going to show you that in this presentation. Now, some of you might remember the movie which made him very popular. It was a $3 million movie to produce, and 1 million of it was Charles Bronson's his salary. So he was a popular star at the time, but he really became super popular after Death Wish because it was very, very popular. The public was fed up with crime at the time. In New York, it was out of control. Chicago, as it is right now, out of control again. All right, so we have very corrupt political, judicial, and police forces right now throughout the world, and people are starting to take matters into their own hands. This is something that happens throughout history. So you can see the lead into this. I've been talking about this for quite some time, and I believe it's not going to happen everywhere. Of course, some communities do real good, which I will show you in the beginning of this video. There's a place in Texas, Butler County, Texas, that is unincorporated. Remember, in 1876, America became incorporated, and then many of the towns from that point on became incorporated, which made them seek value and profit over the people, right? So the people were, and still are in most places, through different taxes and so forth. Now, I live in Lake Tahoe, and at one point, they denuded Lake Tahoe and floated all the trees. They took it away from the primitive Indian tribes and so forth, which really were they primitive, or were they just, people that were, living off the land and, very spiritual? But for the most part, not always. Some were savages, absolutely. But for the most part, they were living off the land and, nomadic, and settlers came along, the U.S. government came along, and it's like, well, you don't own it, so we're going to own it. So we're going to drive you out and we're going to take over. So yeah, they cut down all the old growth that was here. They cut all the old growth from the Atlantic all the way across America. There's just a few places that are left in Northern California and Oregon. They have old growth, huge trees. But for the most part, America was covered with old growth and massive, massive trees at one point. So they denuded Lake Tahoe, floated the logs down the Tahoe River and into Reno, where they took them and put them into the silver mines. And silver was very, very huge back then. Of course, silver is coming back again, but there are other methods of, shoring up mines now. You don't have to use trees like they did back then. So fortunately, we're seeing Lake Tahoe. The trees are coming back. They're quite beautiful. At one point, after the denuding process, a lot of very wealthy people came in here to Lake Tahoe and bought land and let the land start to recover. And eventually, those very wealthy people had to forfeit their land to the government, because the government started coming after the wealthy, like they're trying to do again. It's the same process we're seeing once again. So the wealthy people started losing their land through taxation. So they did the property tax on the wealthy. They used to not do property taxes on anyone other than the wealthy. And they started seizing all the wealthy land, and they started, having it for themselves and using that land and so forth, making parks out of it. And look what we have for you, you slaves. of the state. So eventually that filtered down. So we have to watch what's going on. We're seeing the wealthy being driven out of Northern California and Sacramento, not Sacramento so much, but Seattle. The same process, communist process that was going on back in the late 1800s into the early 1900s is showing itself again. Right? It got pushed out, got stopped, and but eventually it came back, and now it's like just full blown all over the world. This crazy these crazy psychopaths that are running the world. So we're going to have to push back on it again, guys. And that's the process we're going to be going through, and we'll talk about that in this show. So we have a lot of the land that has been taken by the state, and the state just assumes that all the land is theirs, and if we're living on it, we have to pay tax. Everybody now. So again, you have to watch what happens to the people with large amounts of money, and they're the ones that create the jobs, and usually pay most of the taxes. But once they're tapped out and stolen from, to the point where they either leave the state and go somewhere else, or leave the country and go to another country, this is a process of destruction that America and the world is going through. All right, so let's the LA leak, definitely a WMD cover up. So there is some kind of leak that is going on down in Southern California, chemical leak. They're evacuating up to 40,000 people that I saw, but that's what somebody in the chat just put that out there. Property tax equals rent. Rent means you really do not own it. Exactly, Jesse. So we're gonna have to fight and get that back. All right. So there's already movements all around the country. Of course, we're having a big get together in Vegas. Juan O'Savin and a lot of other people, very high end people, are going to be at that event. So in the description box, there's the fraud event. You can go down, and there's still just a few spots left. If you can't make it, Juan just had on my show. He said on my show just the other day that they're going to stream it. So we'll probably have it for a lot of people. You're not going to get the great food. You're not going to get to meet the great people. You're not going to see the movie that they're going to show for us. So anyway, if you can make it. Looking forward to seeing a lot of you. Probably been following the show. Nina's going to be there. Scott McKay is going to be there, and a large host of other people. So it'll be fantastic. So this is the process that we are, getting together and working together, we the people, to overcome this incredibly corrupt political, judicial, and corrupt police forces, right? So not all of them, but most of them, unfortunately, right? And we're going to talk about all the things that President Trump is trying to do and is being blocked by this corrupt political system. Even though we voted for, like in President Trump's first tenure, we had the House, the Senate, and of course the White House, and all the executive. We didn't have the judicial that I know of, but we had the legislative. So judicial is more corrupt than ever. The uniparty, the rhinos, we're trying to clear them out. We just did so with Thomas Massey, and several others, I believe, are getting ready to go away. But there's still too much corruption in there, guys. I don't know. Maybe there will be a massive, cleansing in the midterms if we don't get that massive cleansing, or it goes the other way, right? And the rest of the world, because only because of America, or do we see a little bit of a light around the world, but only a little, because we have to fix America. We're trying to fix the world simultaneously to a certain extent, but there's a lot of pushback. So let's look at some of the things. Let's look at Death Wish, the movie with Charles Bronson. That came out in 1974. New York was, gang-ridden, graffiti everywhere. You didn't see any of that get cleared up until the early 80s. Of course, citizen Trump, President Trump now, was involved in some of this, helping to turn this around. So this is basically, as you see right here, the movie, Charles Bronson. He's a conscientious objector at first, kind of like a Democrat, right? So, but during the Korean War, he was a medic. They like, well, you can be a conscientious objector, but you still got to go fight, right? So, or at least be on the battlefield. So he was a medic, and so he was helping those that were wounded, which is great. Now, during the Vietnam War was one of the first times that people ran and hid out in Canada. And Canada, of course, is the home of one of the worst governments in the world, and the people have let it happen, right? So here in America, if it gets really bad, we go vigilante, right? And that's what happened because we still have Second Amendment rights, and Canada gave those up. They had them, they gave them up, right? And this happened just a few years ago. Same thing happened down in Australia, in New Zealand. So the people, you have to stand up for your rights. And if it gets to the point where, as we're going to look at this happening around the world, you're going to have to take matters in your own hands sometimes. All right. And again, I don't wish this. I've never wished this. I'm the man of the love vibration. It's very effective. But at some point, you have to have kinetic activity, right? That's just a state of the way the world is right now. All right, so Paul Kersey, middle-aged architect, lives in Manhattan with his wife, Joanna. Their adult daughter, Carol, and her husband, Jack Toby, live nearby. One day, Joanna and Carol are followed home from the grocery store by three muggers who invade the Kersey apartment, sends them to Tucson, right? Tucson, where they had all the gunfights and all that stuff. So he's working with a guy, and guy teaches him how to shoot. He gets fascinated by the gun, the Colt 32 revolver, box of ammunition ends up in his luggage when he gets back home. So he goes out. I guess he went to the funeral of his wife, and he was leaving. He got mugged, and he somehow beat the attacker, and the mugger ran away. So he was kind of inspired by that, and he's like, well, why don't I take a gun? So he goes out, and at night, and the police, get involved, and they're like, well, they kind of know who it is. They finally figure out who it is, and they're like, if we arrest him, he becomes, people are gonna look up to him and start copycatting. So maybe we just let this guy, we give him a warning and send him off. The warning doesn't quite work, so he ends up shooting. Three muggers were attacking him. He ends up it's kind of like a little shootout with them, and he passes out because he got wounded. And the mugger runs away, and they find him, and they say, okay, we're taking your gun, and you got to leave New York. So he leaves New York, and his boss sends him to Chicago. And when he gets off the train in Chicago, he sees muggers, and he basically looks at the muggers. He notices them, and he basically looks at them, and he goes with his finger like that. So he's going to start doing it in Chicago too. All right. So it's definitely a pattern that happens, like I said, throughout time. Governments are, overthrown, that are corrupt. If they've been corrupt for a long time and people aren't getting any resolutions, we've seen that. Revolutions aren't getting any resolutions. We've seen that. Revolutions, civil wars, and so forth. I don't think we're going to see. I've always said that we're not going to see a civil war here in America, but I think we're going to see a massive pushback, on a lot of these criminal activities that we see that are going on. We know they're going on. We know our political class is extremely corrupt and not doing what we're, putting them in office to do. So we're going to talk about all that. I basically have I loaded up my X account My X account is Michael Jaco 9. That's the 9th time that I started an account. Right, with X, all of the other ones were stopped, and I couldn't make any more. Now, in YouTube, I had up to 17. The one that I have right now is one of the last one. It's, how about that? It's the 17th. They let me have it back. Wow. And it's rapidly growing in subscribers, not as fast as it had in the past. So obviously, there's suppression. Same thing with X. Those criminal people that have their other ideals, very liberal, that don't like us conservatives, that are the ones that are basically going to save our country. Even though the liberals are fighting us all the way, but we're used to that. I'm used to that, so it's not a big deal. We win in the long term, and we're gonna see this country get turned around. We're gonna see the world get turned around. It's a pattern, and we're in the pattern of change. This time, I think it goes to a level that's never been seen before, as far as our reaching a new level. So here it is, Michael Jaco 9. All right, so great citizens arrest. Wink, wink, as the good sheriff describes. Works if you have good sheriffs and deputies. Bravo. All right, so the caption is, the idiot running out of the store just stole a purse from an 83-year-old woman, a lady. Watch him take a nasty beating. I don't know, that young man looks like he's got a Letterman jacket. So, he ran that guy down, and he's gave him a little whoop ass. It's good to see. All right, so eventually the police arrive and arrest this man. See this guy right here, get the purse, bringing it back to the 83-year-old woman. He's like saying, thank you. And so this other woman runs up. I don't know what that is about, but he stops the beating process, and the guy tries to run away, and he basically stops him.
Everybody in that store. He came out the store because you were chasing him and you were on him. Yeah. And he was running as fast as he could. Yeah, and he's probably never ran that fast in his life. No. And he's probably not appreciated the police showing up that quick in his life, which we didn't get there real quick, winky wink. You took and made what we call a citizen's arrest. And
wink, wink, you made what we're going to call a citizen's arrest. Now imagine that happening, and we've seen this in New York, where that one former Marine basically choked that guy out over and over again because he kept getting up and attacking everybody. So eventually and he's the one that went to court, and a lot of people got behind him, supported him. Eventually he got off, but New York tried to protect being a vigilante, but as you see here, this young man basically did that, and he had a good sheriff, and deputies that are in that town. Again, it's an unincorporated town in Texas. Texas, don't mess with Texas. Although they have really, really messed with Texas, and I think Texans have been and will start to get even more involved in, I won't call it vigilantism, because vigilantism is basically against a system that doesn't support you. But when you see citizens, good, law-abiding, honest, high-integrity citizens that are basically have had enough, and they're, we need to help. We need to help stop this. If they have corrupt sheriffs, then they're going to be a vigilante. If they have good sheriffs, then they're going to be citizen arresting. All right, that this is the way it's going to work, guys. And then the good guy is going to show up and take over. So you got to be aware of your police, your sheriff, if they're corrupt, and the judicial system's corrupt. If you do the good deed, you could end up in jail. Now we're seeing a lot of people that are pedos and so forth that are really, really horrific. and they're getting off, they're disappearing or they're getting shot, and we're going to look into that. All right. So this is a natural recourse. This is a natural outcome of corrupt systems. You're going to see the people start to get involved more aggressively, and that's only natural. You have to stopped her car and started to help a female police officer that was, having a tough time with a man, and it looked like he wiped off a tear. That's good. That's good stuff right there. That's what we need. We need more of that, and we're going to get more of that. So again, Butler, Freestone County, Texas, it's almost equal white and blacks, right? A little bit more whites, but they're obviously working well together. Males, 49%, females, 50%. So it is, Hispanic, 3.8%. So that's just pretty much, black and white town, and they're getting along good. Of course, Obama probably would have a problem with that and trying to break that up and make it a problem, but that is not what's happening there. So that's good. We need to see more of that in America, and I think we're going to. So President Trump post, this is from Julie Donuts. So many people just don't get it. Why does he post these things? He's removing the deep state players in these countries and securing deals for our national security, securing the Middle East. This brings world peace. So he's doing it all at once. This is monumental. You can't just do it in one country. It has to be worldwide. I think there are, I don't think, there's obviously elements of the good in each of the countries that are working with the United States. So, he's joking around here, or maybe not. He's got Iran as, part of the United States there. And he's looking at Greenland. It's like, hello, Greenland. All right. So it has to go this way. Now, repeat around the world where Islam is encroaching or be consumed by it. So this is Japan's new anti-Islamic laws, and they're sparking controversy, of course, among the liberals and the people that are deep state puppets. All right, halal is prohibited, mosque prohibited, call to prayer prohibited, and that needs to happen around the world, unfortunately. But that's the way it is. So here's amazing footage from Iran right now. This was 9 hours ago. Crowds cheering as the regime crumbles. Right now in Iran, massive crowds are pouring into the streets, honking car horns, waving flags, and openly celebrating. The time to strike is now, I say. So, I posted last night that it looked like President Trump was, it didn't look like. He was definitely not going to his son's wedding in the Caribbean, and he was rushing back to the White House. So something's up. All right, this is Tommy Tuberville. Let's listen to what he has to say.
You got to play hardball. We've got several people that it's not going to vote for filibuster, or they'll probably vote for some of the Democrat amendments. You say, listen, you do that, you're out as chairman of a committee. You're out, immediately out. We're going to put somebody else in, because that's the reason people stay here, is to have power. But we do it because of seniority. We don't do it because of merit. We don't have the best people in some of these chairmanships, so we've got to do the right thing. It starts at leadership. We're going to go in, I'm going to listen to it, and if we don't make changes, we go and try to beg people to do things, it doesn't work. Put your feet to the fire. Let's go to work, and let's work with President. You got to.
All right. So, you got some really good leaders in the Congress and the Senate right now, or we do. And I think they're, around the world. You have a lot of people, I say up to 95%, maybe more, of Congress and the Senate, our political people need to be removed, right? There are people ready to move up, guys. Like we saw against Thomas Massey in Kentucky. One of my old teammates, former SEAL Team 6 officer, and like I've said before, really fantastic guy, big, strapping country boy, has a farm in Kentucky. It's been there for I think several generations. He got out of the SEAL teams after 20 years as captain, which is very high up there. Probably close to admiral, but decided to go back home and work the family farm. And then he saw the corruption that was happening in Kentucky. Boy, Kentucky's got a lot of corruption. It seems like everybody in the political office is corrupt there. So he's basically like me. He got involved. So he ran for office, and looks like he's hopefully, because primary is just you get in position to be voted into office, and I think the people of Kentucky are tired of it too, guys. I think they're going to vote him in. So he's a fighter, he's a warrior. We got to have that going forward, and there are people ready to step up to do this. I mean, if I had to do it, because I know it's a den of thieves and snakes. I would move up, and if I knew that I was going to have some kind of impact, I would get involved. All right, seems like a lot of my friends are, so why not? All right, Gunther Eagleman, just in case you forgot why you have a 3-day weekend, this is it. Not the barbecues, not the beach trips, not the sales. This is the reason: the folded flag, the final salute, the ultimate sacrifice, so the rest of us could be free. Now, we cannot depend on the military coming in and cleaning up all of our cities and towns and counties, guys. We have to get involved. And again, I don't agree with vigilantism, but it could be one of the remedies. And if you have a good sheriff and deputies and so forth, constitutional sheriff, you can make some great inroads. And I think a lot of probably counties, not a lot, but a few counties out there are, good to go. And maybe they can help the other counties that have some problems. All right. So we'll see. We'll see how this works out. And it's going to work out. It's going to work out one way or the other. All right. This is Scott Pressler is officially planning to primary challenge Senate Leader John Thune. Unfortunately, it's not in the midterms. I think that Scott Pressler, who helped get President Trump elected, through his actions, going around and getting out the vote and getting people involved, I believe that he would have a very, very strong shot at replacing John Thune, who's obviously a rhino, right? And my wife said that rhinos are basically a Republican and a Democrat get together, have a baby, and that baby is a rhino, right? So it's a uniparty type stuff. So I think that Scott's going to play hardball, and if he does, John Thune's gone, right? But not gone soon enough, and so something might happen before then, right? And I don't know what that is. Some kind of constitutional movement where we start to remove these incredibly non-performing, anti-American leadership in our political class, right? So here's another. Republican candidate in Texas, Valentina Gomez, is under fire for comments about Islam. Under fire from who? From whom? Right? Is she wrong, though? Islam is the religion of rape, incest, and pedophilia, where they bow down to a stupid rock and a false prophet. Now, there's some strong words, obviously, but she is a woman, and she is a great shot. All right, I've seen her with weapons, so I applaud her. We need to get tough. We have to have tough talk, guys. We need to do away with Islam in our country, right? We need to say that if it's Islam, it's not politically. We don't accept it. We don't allow it in our country because they're going to take over unless we do. All right, so this is Mary Talley Bowden, MD. Excited for some positive changes coming to Texas. Vote today. So this was the last day of early voting, I think, or one of the last days. Next time people get to vote in Texas will be, a few days where they have to vote in person. Looks like the best. I think this is the best list for Texans. All these guys right here are Second Amendment. All right, Ken Paxton, John Bonk, U.S. Congress, Chip Roy, and then I don't recognize all these people, but the little bit that I've looked into them, This is a good pick for Texas and Texans, right? So we have a political class in Texas that are rhinos. Abbott, pretty much Cornyn. A lot of these people are, and John Cornyn basically voted against the Second Amendment, right? Rights, not against it completely, but the rights, right? So here's another one. This is where I'm seeing that vigilantism is about ready to explode, right? So I'm like, oh boy, you effed around and pissed off the Irish. You fighting Irish. Once they get going, look out. So my words are vigilantism until the political, judicial, and corrupt police forces are removed and replaced with merit-based leaders. So this is an armed group declaring themselves as the New Republican Movement have issued a warning to Irish politicians. You have flooded our communities with military-aged men. Let me see if I can play this.
To the people of Newry, Mourne and Down, we, the New Republican Movement, have watched their councillors and MLAs over the past 12 months. The level of disrespect shown to the people who put you into power, this cannot be ignored any longer. We are proud men of Ireland. We are patriots. Your policies and decision-making in regards to flooding our communities with undocumented military-aged men is not acceptable. We will not sit back any longer and watch our culture and religion destroyed by the people we put in power. The New Republican Movement will take immediate action against anyone who threatens our ways of life and the safety of our women and children. We have your addresses and known your movements. Every one of you are legitimate targets as of today. The New Republican Movement, 28/11/25.
Right, so it's starting around the world. It is on. Outrage is erupting nationwide after an Iranian IRGC-trained Islamist planned to assassinate Ivanka Trump, daughter of the president, at her Florida home. FAFO could be arriving sooner than we anticipated. Islamists are scum. The trained Iraqi national who was taken into custody last week, definitely a past tense because he was blown to pieces, all right, by President Trump in a strike, or ordered by President. He didn't actually do it, but he gave that order for it to happen. So Soleimani, when I was there in Iraq in the early 2000s, 2003, 2002, 2003, he was the guy that was basically started the IEDs, improvised explosive devices that were set up along roads, American service members, and maimed many more, lost limbs and so forth. Disgusting thinking, right? I drove by, how I used my remote viewing and intuition to basically hold up my teams before we went out because I knew that attacks were coming. We would hear the blast happen. Short period of time would go by. They would clear the road, make sure there's no more IEDs, and then we were allowed to roll. I remember several times, unfortunately, driving by military vehicles that were burning, and unfortunately, the soldiers were still inside. I remember driving by cars where local Iraqis with their whole families, the father, the mother, the children in the back seat, were all in death throes, having been burned to death. And I got to see all that. So I'm not a fan of Islam, guys. I've been saying that for a long time. There are good people. Probably most of the people, probably not 85, 95% of the people are good, but they are controlled by a very, very psychopathic group, just like us in the United States, right? So, we have to clean these out. We have to clean this out. So it's not a good time. All right. So this is California. I say needs an enema. It's full of violent shitbags. All right. So this is a gentleman. I think he's a elderly, 60s. He had MAGA paraphernalia on his home, and big supporter of Donald Trump. in California, and his neighbor basically, so say prayers for this guy. I'm going to warn you because I want you to see this impact, right? I've seen a lot worse. But if you want to turn right now, this is the time to do it. But if you look at this, then you're going to get pretty pissed. All right, this is 69-year-old Army veteran from Escondido, California. That's right at San Diego, where he spent a lot of time as a Navy SEAL. Is on life support after being brutally beaten by his 32-year-old neighbor, Thomas Caleb Butler, because he is a Trump supporter with a MAGA-inspired house. All right. So very sad. All right. So this is the what's happening with our political class while that's going on. That's going on because of political class, obviously, in California. But watch a little bit of this. I posted a lot of these. Let's see what Tim Burchett, who I think is of all of the senators and congressmen that are there, he's probably going to be one of the ones that survives the cleansing, right? The purge that's coming of our political class. And I hope that he rises to a very high level, because he is definitely leadership material at the merit-based leadership material that should be at the very top.
Mr. Chairman, could I say something at this point, or do I need to wait?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'll yield to you.
Okay. I realize what's going on here, and I realize that, you know, when you're not sitting at the table, that you're not heard, and I realize the deal has already been cut. But I want to warn our party. You know, we're in the majority, and we're not acting like it. We'll be in the minority once again because of this kind of activity. And I'm disgusted that both sides of the aisle, that we're not allowed to, deals have been cut. And I think that's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So basically, you know, there's a lot of stuff in these bills that shouldn't be passed. But like he's saying right there were backroom deals that were already cut before they even got to vote, and they're going to push this stuff through. That's not good for the American public, right? So there's a lot of people that are pissed off. Switzerland has banned the niqab and burqa and refuses to recognize Islam as an official religion. Should other countries follow Switzerland's lead? I say every country that is not Islamic must ban Islam as an official religion. United States, hello, all right? So here it is. When 95% or more of the political uniparty is eliminated, Tim Burchett will be one of those left standing. All right, so here's some more. I'm going to play just a little bit of this.
Everybody, Tim Burchett.
So this is after he basically got up and walked away from the, you know, congressional room there, where they're not being allowed. The majority of Republicans, many of them, like we've been saying, Mike Johnson being one of them, is Rhino, Mike Johnson from Louisiana. So, you know, we saw one Louisianian, so I'm saying that correct, that was stripped, and he's going to go away, but he just recently voted against President Trump. Of course, this is what rhinos do. So, you know, if we want to, Republicans control the House on paper, Democrats control it in practice. This is only possible if Republicans side with them, rhinos. So this is a problem. So here he is after, you know, walking out, and he's calm and cool, but he's frustrated. You can tell.
It's after 1 o'clock. We're leaving the Transportation Committee. I was here Monday and Tuesday, and we didn't do anything. And here it is. What is it? Thursday night, Friday morning. Monday and Tuesday, we didn't meet at all.
All right. So John Thune, who is the Senate leader, has sent them all home for 12 days. So we have judicial judges, dozens and dozens of them that have been waiting to be approved, that President Trump has put forward, and they're not approving them. Our Republican Senate and Congress is not approving them. So John Thune basically just sent everybody home for 12 days, and every couple of days he's going to have one shitbag Republican come in and open the floor so that President Trump can't come in and basically push them through himself. This is insane, guys. Our political class has to be removed.
And we get dropped a 1,000-page bill. When did they drop it on us?
This weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday. And then Chairman Graves, who's a Republican, voted against. It looked like a majority of the Republican amendments doing away with those crazy traffic cameras. And they're just, all they are is revenue cameras. And wouldn't vote with us on that. And of course, they're in the bill. And it's just, it's got a lot in it. I'll get another bite at the apple, I guess, on the floor. But it's, the wheels are greased on this, and the lobbyists are all jacked up on it. So anyway, it's just what they do to you. We should know better being in the majority, but we're not. It's just, that's what happens in these committees, folks. Every time we just get rolled, and they cut the deal a long time ago before any of us have access to it.
So they cut the deal long before any of them have access to it, so their votes don't count. So this is the scope. Now, the right scope of things, Elon Musk backs billionaire Warren Buffett's famous plan to eliminate the deficit in 5 minutes. You just passed a law that says anytime there is a deficit of more than 3% of GDP, all sitting members of Congress are ineligible. Not that they're going to be voted out. They are ineligible for re-election. So now, here's an example. Let me pause this. I don't want you to see too much of this before I talk about it. So this is kind of the way things are going to start to move. Obviously it's already moving that direction. I say we don't need an army. We need more men, capital letters, every letter, that are tired of the BS, capital letters, BS. We're tired of it and are ready to push back what we have been putting up with for far too long. So we've been putting up with this for a long time, guys. Like that young, I said, because he's 69, I'm like 65, so he's probably still a young man. I don't know how this young whippersnapper got the jump on him, but anyway, that's very tragic. So we have to stop this. Imagine a dozen or more men like this. Imagine I put together some hard, heavy-hitting mofos, and we go out there and start to clean house. Some of this bullshit happens. Just go out there, peacefully protest, and they start this kind of bullshit, get, physical with us, and then it's game on. So watch this. This is amazing. Now, this guy is going to continually push on this guy. He's physically interacting with him, which is an assault. All right. So you legally have the right to protect yourself from that point on. If someone is attacking you, which this person is, and then as you're going to see, there's more people that attack him. So he's basically defending himself, right? And this happens over and over again. All right, come on. Get going. So it looks like just one patriot out there amongst a bunch of jackals, liberal jackals. All right, so as you guys can see, he's being chased around. These guys have got their horns right in his face, pushing it right into him. This guy's pushing him away. He's walking away over and over again, and then it's like, all right, it's time to defend my. All right, a lot of night going on there. So that's where things are going, guys. Right, so we're not going to put up with this bullshit much longer. We're going to have a lot of guys, heavy hitting boys out there like myself and others. They're going to start to punish these fucks, right? So it's going to start happening. All right, so this is the way it is right now. It's the rhinos, right? We've just discussed them. Tim Burchett, very frustrated. We have to help the good guys. All right, Maui got burned to the ground and Congress did nothing. North Carolina got flooded by a hurricane and Congress did nothing. Florida got hit by Category 4 Hurricane Helene, which I was there to receive that. A lot of you guys saw the place I was living in, and it was devastated. We lost well over $50,000, and insurance, because it was the way the flooding happened. They did not cover it, right? Geico, shame on you. All right, but this is the way it happened for a lot of people. A lot of people lost their homes all around us, all up and down the coast. So it's a racket, and of course the Democrat control that was happening at the time when they came in to help us. We had for I think it was 2 months. They didn't come and do trash service. We had, rats running around, all kind of crazy stuff. We put everything out on the curb, waiting for the trash service to come. They never came. So we, eventually just paid thousands of dollars for a company to come and take it. Thankfully, somebody did. But most people didn't have that. So it took them a long time. And of course, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Association, basically, if you were conservative, it was found out they would not help you, right? Which most Floridians are. So it was a shit show. It was a real shit show, guys. And this is part of, what we're up against. An illegal immigrant gang member gets deported and Congress is rushing to try to bring him back. Remember that gang member? What's a crazy, horrific gang? MS-13. So he was an MS-13 gang member. And then eventually when he was let back in, they got caught, transporting. That's probably why the Democrats want him back, because he was transporting a bunch of people around from one city to another. So he's moving people around to be part of voting, I guess. The Democrats are hell. They need to be removed, all of them. And then a lot of the Republicans as well. So Congress is the problem, guys. We're going to have to remove them. We're going to have to do something about it. All right, Jake Lang, who was J6 guy, I had him on several of my shows. While he was in prison, he could only talk for about 10 minutes, and then they would cut him off. So we'd come on my show and talk, and they cut him off, and then he'd get a little, I'd wait a little bit, and then he would come back on for another, a few minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, how much they let him. But, I supported him. I supported a lot of the J6ers, and a lot of you did. Thank you very much. That was very, very helpful. These guys were in desperate straits. A lot of these guys committed suicide. They lost their families. They lost everything. It's horrible. Again, Congress, right? So Congress, corrupt political, corrupt judicial, and corrupt police force, FBI, right? So now they're finding out the FBI planned J6 months and months ahead, right? So here's Jake Lang dropping truth bombs. He's saying every single word here is pure truth. Muslim and Indian invasion.
No one has ever looked across the plains of Texas and the football games and all the amazing cowboy culture and the raw American spirit here and said,
all right, I want you guys to look at these police officers here. Right? So they're looking on. Hopefully they're learning, right? We, the people, are done. We, the people, are done with this bullshit.
And all the amazing cowboy culture and the raw American spirit here and said, let's replace this with Muslims. Let's replace this with Hindus. Texas should remain for Texans. Have you lost your mind selling your children's future? It is a replacement. It is not right. Just because it's happening to white people does not make it okay. You guys are complicit. This is the jellyfish generation. Half boomer, half Gen X. You don't care about my children's children. You are selling out this country to people who do not want to live near you. They want to build their own separate, segregated zones where they practice their religion, their food, their way of dress, their language. They don't care about white culture. They don't care about American culture. They don't like you. They will replace you. What the fuck is wrong with you inviting these people into our country? This is a Christian country. Name one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence that's a Hindu or Muslim.
Thank you.
All right. So you see Jake Lane's got a body armor because he's had several attempts on his life. So we'll end it here. So this is where I was talking about last night. You know, I came on, I was like, I gotta put some stuff out here. Because hopefully President Trump is about ready to strike Iran. So we'll see. I don't know. Going to continue to drag this ridiculousness out, or are we going into Cuba? So one or both. Do them both. They're both easy. All right. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where this goes. But the days of us allowing this to continue, staying calm and cool, they're about to come to an end, right? So I hope and I pray that justice starts to happen in our land and around the world, because if it doesn't, then we're going to take matters in our own hands. I've been saying this for a little while. I hope, I pray it doesn't happen. I hope and pray that real justice comes in and starts to take effect. We've been told it's going to happen. It's being delayed. Of course, we have Tina Peters that's getting out in about a week now. So that's a good move. We're moving in the right direction. I think the people of Colorado are going to start to step up and get rid of their corrupt government. Otherwise, they're going to get railroaded like Tina Peters. You think Tina Peters is an outlier? You think Jake Lang, when he was, he had an injury. He was in church, and then he was like, walking home on crutches or whatever, and the FBI came and surrounded him and took him away and threw him in jail, and he never got a trial, right? So it was only because of President Trump, pardoning all of the J6ers that he was able to get out. So we have some serious problems in our country, guys. We cannot let the Democrats take charge. Really, I believe anywhere, but definitely not in a major portion. But of course, we have rhinos that are basically Democrats anyway, right? Republican and Democrat that got together and had a baby, and that was a rhino. So good job, my wife. She's got some clever things she says sometimes. All right, well, often, but it is fun. We can have fun. We can. Like I said, when I was in the service, in the SEAL teams, and in the CIA, we joked around a lot, and then we went out and kicked ass. Right. So this is a time that we all need to start to work together and step up. There shouldn't be any different, political parties. We're all American. We're not Democrats. We're not Republicans. We're not independents. We're American, right? Now, if you want to play, stupid, regardless of what, party you're with, then you're going to treat it as you're stupid, right? And that's going to happen going forward. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, over centuries deep state globalist elites of the Rothschild, Rockefellers, DuPont and other Illuminati families, have worked with the Vatican, UK Crown and US Incorporated to form their own private banking system that stretched across the globe. Their sole agenda was to seek total control over the population's financial system through debt to themselves, the Satan-worshipping Illuminati. They used recordings of regularly held satanic pedophile rites to blackmail politicians to do their bidding and gain more power. They proceeded to control other countries' governments and financial systems through use of this international human trafficking ring that was enforced by various mafias. About a month later, when the funds arrived back in a cabal-owned New York bank, U.S. taxpayers were charged interest to use their own monies. The Rothschild and their enforcement arm, the descendants of Cain Satan-worshipping Khazarian mafia, worked with the UK Crown to form the Zionist movement. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 22, 2026. Last night Hunter Biden and Ukraine's Zelensky got caught red-handed in the global child trafficking ring. White Hat forces raided their joint underground network in Ukraine and Delaware. Epstein Island servers, video evidence and live victims recovered. Both were now in military custody awaiting Gitmo tribunals. Friday, May 22, 2026. Senator Joni Ernst just exposed the truth. Fraudsters are stealing over $1.4 billion a day from American taxpayers, John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, May 22, 2026. President Trump's proposed triumphal arch in Washington, D.C. has officially been approved by a key federal commission, with Trump jokingly telling reporters, "Good news. I finally get good news from you." After learning the Commission of Fine Arts signed off on the design. Trump said the monument is meant to symbolize national greatness and argued Washington is the only major world capital without a triumphal arch despite being the most important city in the world, Washington Pulse on Telegram. Possible timing, Thursday, May 7, 2026. Starlink activated direct-to-cell. Every phone on Earth can now connect to a satellite. No tower. No carrier. No middleman. There is now a communication system that no government can shut off. On Friday, May 8, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went live across 209 countries of the global currency reset. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Tier 4B notifications began in certain areas only. Redemption centers were set up at 800 locations. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, Trump signed an executive order that negated the IRS collection arm from functioning, plus signed a second EO that opened the Federal Reserve payment rail to digital assets and a bankless system. Friday, May 22, 2026, full quantum financial system activation and public medbed launch across 209 nations, ending pharmaceutical control. On Saturday, May 23, 2026, global streams broadcast. The EBS begins, exposing decades of cabal suppression. Sunday, May 24, 2026, after midnight. 48-hour full Jazara activation blackout locked under restored republic. The greatest wealth transfer in history begins in 10-12 days of communication darkness. On Tuesday, May 26, 2026, Trump epic independence event integrates QFS and medbeds. Golden age of health freedom starts. Patriots receive priority treatments and recognition as guardians. On Monday, June 1, 2026 at 2:20 p.m. EST, every phone in America receives the key to their new gold/asset-backed currency wallet on the global financial system. Monday, 1st of June or Wednesday, June 3, 2026, EBS overrides live with stay-home orders. 10 days of communication darkness and Tuesday, June 9, 2026, Trump opens Fort Knox on camera as the EBS goes off and the QFS erases your debt. All mortgages, student loans, credit cards, medical bills and other loans charged with unlawful compound interest since 1971 has been calculated, put into and reimbursed from your personal wallet on the QFS system. Thursday, June 11, 2026, EBS goes live, transfers gold/asset-backed monies into the new global financial system. Sunday, July 19, 2026, Michael Jackson will return. See medbed possible timing, medbed activation on Telegram. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, White Hat sources under President Trump released the updated medbeds global activation schedule. The revolution surges as initial activations expand in secure centers across America and 209 alliance nations. Priority for veterans, rescued trafficked children and vax-injured patriots. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, Starlink healings cover the planet. New centers funded by GCR. Humanity free from control. Best timelines active for light warriors. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, celebrations erupt worldwide. Medbeds symbolize Great Awakening victory. Trust the plan. God wins. WWG1G. Golden age of health sovereignty and unlimited potential begins. Miracles multiply daily. Quanons, your wait is over. The healing has begun. Nothing stops this. Global currency reset. Friday, May 22, 2026. Bombshell announcement, Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. No tax on Social Security. Thursday, May 21, 2026. Bruce, a good source said Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notifications to make exchange appointments by Friday, May 22, 2026. Another source said Tier 4B would get notifications Saturday night or Sun morning 22, May 23, 2026. A third source said we would start exchanges Tuesday, May 26, 2026. Tonight a source said we could get notified anytime from Memorial Day Monday 25th of May to the end of the month on Sunday, May 31, 2026. Another source said they wanted this done by the end of the month on Sunday, May 31, 2026. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, May 22, 2026. Israel is last unveiling the truth, Israel's dark hand in the global conspiracy, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Israel is the command center for an agenda that seeks total control over everyone. In a world where chaos is the norm, one truth is emerging that shakes the very foundations of everything we've been told. Israel, far from being just another nation, is the command center for a global agenda that seeks nothing less than total control over humanity. This isn't just another conspiracy theory, it's a reality hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with courage to see it. Why Israel? Why now? Israel is not merely a country but a fortress for the Rothschild banking dynasty, a well-oiled machine driving the global financial system. Its influence stretches from the Federal Reserve to the heart of Washington, D.C., shaping policies, manipulating economies, and keeping entire nations in check. This tiny nation wields power far beyond its size, acting as the epicenter of a web of control that ensnares the entire planet. The chain reaction has begun. The world stands on the brink of a catastrophic chain reaction, one that will tear down the old systems and pave the way for something far more sinister. Iran's retaliation is not just another Middle Eastern conflict. It's the trigger for a global upheaval designed to dismantle centralized power structures. As Israel's grip tightens, the world is being pushed towards a controlled collapse, where the old financial systems will crumble, and a new world order will rise from the ashes. A biblical prophecy unfolding. For centuries, scriptures have foretold Israel's role in the end times. What we are witnessing today is the fulfillment of those prophecies, manipulated by the Zionist elite to serve their dark agenda. Israel is not just the battleground but the harbinger of a new era, where the forces of darkness aim to establish an unchallenged global regime. The illusion shatters. The world you know is a carefully crafted illusion. Israel, backed by the Zionist elite and the Khazarian mafia, is at the heart of this grand deception. They've spun a web of lies, controlling everything from media narratives to economic policies, all while hiding in the shadows. But the illusion is starting to crack, and the truth is coming to light. The engineered chaos, every conflict, every economic crisis, is part of a meticulously planned strategy by Israel and its backers. They thrive on chaos because it allows them to consolidate power. The conflict with Iran. It's no coincidence, it's a calculated move to ignite a global crisis that will force nations to submit to a new, centralized order. The endgame. A world where freedom is an illusion, and control is absolute. The new world rising. As the old systems crumble, a new world is being constructed, one where cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology will be used not for freedom, but for control. Israel and its allies are setting the stage for a world where every move is monitored, every transaction is tracked, and every dissenting voice is silenced. This is the dystopian future they are building, and it's happening right before our eyes. The call to action. This is not a time for complacency. Israel, the Rothschild, and their shadowy allies are pushing the world towards an irreversible darkness. But we can resist. We must question everything, expose the lies, and fight for the truth. The future is in our hands, and we cannot afford to let it slip away. Stand vigilant, stand informed, and above all, stand defiant. The battle for our world has begun, and it's a battle we must win. The storm is here, are you ready to face it? The effects are now visible in collapsing agricultural conditions, particularly in California, where some farmers are reportedly removing entire orchards as soil conditions continue deteriorating. The government was funding chemicalized nucleation programs, artificial weather manipulation, ozone disruption and what he described as large-scale atmospheric engineering systems operating without public consent or transparency. Friday, May 22, 2026. Bill Gates is pure evil. Representative Tim Burchett went on Joe Rogan and said it. Bill Gates is behind the massive surge in ticks across America. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Friday, May 22, 2026. Fox News spying scandal erupts. CIA accused of taking back 40 boxes of JFK and MKUltra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing for declassification. Friday, May 22, 2026. Bombshell exposed. Top secret HAARP facilities and military bases around the globe uncovered. Edward Snowden unveils HAARP's sinister global agenda. Friday, May 22, 2026. Classified military intel leaked. The Dimming unveils the military-industrial complex's climate engineering genocide, HAARP and weather warfare programs. Friday, May 22, 2026. Breaking special report. The 2028 strategy, how the system is reorganizing to stop Vance and recapture Trump's America, a strategy already in motion, not a future scenario. Friday, May 22, 2026. Fox News, Southern Poverty Law Center indicted over alleged $3 million scheme. The SPLC was charged with wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering for allegedly bankrolling at least 8 leaders and members of extremist groups, whipping up fake civil rights situations to slander conservatives. The SPLC is cooked as its donors, including George Soros, George Clooney's foundation, former Apple CEO Tim Cook and J.P. Morgan, pledged to the organization after clashes at a 2017 Unite the Right white supremacist rally in Virginia, which resulted in the death of one protester. How many more groups are just like this, pushing other related hoaxes to slander specific conservative groups or are lying to its donors to fill their own bank accounts? Remember, Black Lives Matter's members did the same thing and ripped off its donors and did absolutely nothing for the black community except buy mansions for themselves. Are influencers tied to these groups? Were they involved in J6DH or any other major events? This is another weapon of the left, and more people and organizations are about to be exposed. Pay attention. And Friday, May 22, 2026. A hidden camera bombshell. Democrat Joel Caldwell of the Coalition for the People's Agenda, a Fulton County ballot harvesting NGO chief, caught on tape admitting it all. Great awakening now on Telegram. Democrats are stuffing ballot drop boxes with fraudulent votes, and it's all caught on videotape. He also admits this is how they rigged the 2020 election and why Democrats fight to the death against voter ID. They pay people to illegally ballot harvest, they bribe ballot counters and election officials, they forge and falsify ballots. And the Atlanta mayor straight up stole the election. He says it all himself, on tape. Joel Caldwell, that's what happened in 2020, 'cause that's when the ballots, they started stuffing them ballots and people stuffing them ballots, and they got videotape of them, but nobody talks about it. That's why Trump was making that big deal about it, because you see it on videotape. It's like, come on. We see the man pull up and put 100 ballots in this box. You know. You can't do that shit. So groups were paying people to do just that, drop off ballots. He continues, that's why Democrats fight to the death against voter ID laws. Joel Caldwell, that's why the Republicans are always trying to fight the ballot, you know, that's the whole argument, because Republicans are the ones who put out that kind of stuff, so they want voter IDs and stuff. Democrats are fighting voter ID laws. It's a two-sided thing. That's what they're fighting over. Republicans are trying to say, hey, look, we got proof of this shit. And the Democrats are like, well, we don't want voter ID laws, and we want to make it where you can just drop your ballot off, online voting and different things they try to come up with. Pass the Save America Act. Oh, on May 20, 2026, SpaceX filed for IPO valued at $1.75 trillion. The largest IPO in human history. Filed the same week the QFS went public facing. The same week Fort Knox was announced. The same week the IRS was killed. Mr. Poole final chapter. Coincidence? On May 7th, 13 days ago, Starlink activated direct-to-cell. Every phone on Earth can now connect to a satellite. No tower. No carrier. No middleman. No government switch to flip. Read that again. There is now a communication system that no government can shut off. AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile panicked. On May 14 they announced a joint venture, 3 competitors joining forces for the first time in history. Because they know what's coming. They know they're obsolete. Now ask yourself, why would you build a satellite network that covers every inch of Earth, every ocean, every desert, every jungle, and then connect it directly to every phone? Unless you needed a delivery system that cannot be intercepted. The EBS doesn't run through cell towers. Cell towers can be shut down. The EBS runs through Starlink. 6,764 satellites. Low orbit. Direct to your device. Unhackable. Unblockable. Unstoppable. That's why Musk was in government. Not to cut spending. To build the infrastructure. Doge was the cover story. Starlink was the mission. He left government May 28, 2025. The job was done. The network was complete. Now he's taking SpaceX public, not because he needs money. Because the old stock market is about to be replaced. He's converting SpaceX equity into the last dollars before those dollars become worthless. 3 dates. 11 days. The infrastructure is already in orbit. EBS activation, June 1st. June 1st, the signal. Fort Knox opens, June 9th. June 9th, the gold. IPO date, June 11th. June 11th, the last trade on the old system. 4,000 miles above your head, right now, there is a satellite pointed at your phone. Waiting for one command. When that command comes, your screen will light up. Not with a news alert. Not with a text. With a frequency. And a number. Your number. Your quantum ledger. Your new beginning. The delivery system is built. The gold is counted. The old system is dying. All that's left is the signal. Code, Starlink D2C, EBS orbital /June 1 signal /June 11 last trade, 6,764 satellites. P. Friday, May 22, 2026 Military Tribunal bases, global hubs of justice, Gitmo now on Telegram, military tribunals, brutal, unstoppable, and everywhere. From Guantanamo Bay to Antarctica, these iron fortresses of justice crush enemies with ruthless efficiency. No hiding, no mercy, no second chances. This is raw power, obliterating everything in its path. Authorized under the Military Commissions Act of 2006, these tribunals strike terror into the hearts of enemies worldwide. Secrecy. Speed. Total control. Civilian courts are irrelevant, this is a battlefield of law where judgment is swift and absolute. Camp Justice, the Fist of Guantanamo Bay. Originally established on Diego Garcia, it was renamed Camp Justice in 2007 to become the ultimate war crimes tribunal. High-profile targets vanish behind these walls, never to be heard from again. Strategically located on the southeastern tip of Cuba, Guantanamo Bay is untouchable, an iron fortress that swallows enemies whole. Here, justice isn't blind, it's armed and dangerous. This isn't a courtroom, it's a battleground where terrorists are systematically dismantled. Camp Thunder Cove, Diego Garcia's hidden blade. A silent but deadly enforcer. Diego Garcia is a black hole for high-value targets, a remote stronghold where justice is served in total secrecy. This tribunal doesn't negotiate, it eliminates. No media, no leaks, no interference. Camp Blaz, the Indo-Pacific enforcer located in Guam. This tribunal hub oversees operations across the Pacific, ensuring regional threats are handled with military efficiency. As tensions rise in Asia, Camp Blaz sends a clear message: America sees all, controls all, and crushes all. Ushuaia Naval Base, justice at the edge of the world. Tucked away in Argentina, near Antarctica, this base ensures that no corner of the world is beyond reach. Run, hide, vanish, it doesn't matter. Ushuaia's tribunal operates in total silence, but its message is deafening. Beyond the bases, the unseen hand of military justice tribunals don't stop at land-based operations. Floating courts, prison barges, secret Arctic outposts, justice moves in shadows, eliminating threats before the world even knows they existed. The JAG Corps enforces this iron grip, executing law with military precision. No moral debates. No compromises. Their mission is clear: protect national security at all costs. The global message: submit or be crushed. These tribunals don't just punish, They deter. Their existence alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of the world's enemies. The message is clear: step out of line, and the hammer will fall. There is no escape. No safe haven. No second chances. Military tribunals are here, and they are unstoppable.
What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. Washington, D.C. has turned over control of the U.S. government to illegal foreign nationals present in our nation's capital by not acting on Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, effective since 2024, which permits illegal residents to vote in local elections. Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Secretary Marco Rubio on Communist Cuba. 30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called GESA, which was owned and operated by the Cuban Armed Forces. GESA has income 3 times higher than the current budget of Cuba. Today, while the Cuban people suffer, GESA has $18 billion in assets and controls 70% of Cuba's economy. They obtain profits from hotels, constructions, banks, stores, and even the money that their relatives send them from the United States. Everything goes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but nothing comes to the Cuban people from the profits of GESA. A.J. Barron, the actor who played Joe Biden throughout the Biden administration, has agreed to testify before Congress. It means that every single pardon, every single executive order, every single signature over the last few years that, quote, Joe Biden signed as U.S. president is null, void, and illegal. The real Joe Biden was said to have been deceased before his 2021 inauguration. Global currency reset, Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Bruce, the big call. A good source said Tier 4B notifications to make exchange appointments by Friday, May 22nd, 2026. Another source said Tier 4B would get notifications Saturday night or Sunday morning, May 22nd, 23rd. A third source said we would start exchanges Tuesday, May 26, 2026. Tonight, Thursday, May 21st, a source said we would get notified anytime from Memorial Day, Monday, May 25th to the end of the month, on Sunday, May 31st, 2026. Another source said they wanted this done by the end of the month on Sunday, May 31st, 2026. ZIM holders will be given first priority for exchanges. There were 18 countries that had their new rates on redemption center screens, but those rates were trading and changing upward. So there would be better rates when we go to our exchanges. Dinar holders had a higher contract rate that could be given at a redemption center, not at a bank. ZIM holders could only redeem at a redemption center. What we think we know is a Friday, May 22nd, 2026. May 21st, 2026, the U.S. military was parked in Israel on high alert and ready to unleash hell on Iran. The terrorist regime was lashing out with desperate threats of crushing blows and the abyss of destruction if President Trump strikes again. Thursday, May 21st, 2026, Senator Tommy Tuberville says Barack Obama mass imported Somalis into Minnesota with the purpose of taking over the local government. He says this is how Ilhan Omar got elected, and she's not even a citizen, but serving in Congress. 17th letter on Telegram. Voter fraud, Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Dominion was sending in their reps to voting precincts all across the country. disguised under trusted build maintenance employees, and were wiping records and logs from the 2020 election. These records must be preserved by law. This is exactly why Tina Peters was sent to prison. She was smart enough to understand the situation and preserve the records from deletion, which was a threat to the stolen 2020 election. White Hats on Telegram. Thursday, May 21st, 2026, Arizona. Maricopa County admits that they deleted election records before the Arizona 2020 election audit. These archived files were never seen for the audit. This is what you call a cover-up and fraud. They stated that they did not hand over all the records because it wasn't exactly stated in the subpoena, even though it stated all election records, so they deleted them. By law, most states require that election records must be maintained up to 24 months. Still, the audit found that over 25,000 ballots found in Maricopa County were counterfeit and not printed from the official Dominion PDF ballot. The 25,000 counterfeit ballots represent over double the amount of Biden's 10,457 vote margin of victory in Arizona. Washington, D.C.'s Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, effective since 2024, permits illegal residents to vote in local elections. In June 2025, the U.S. House passed H.R. 884 to repeal this law and ban illegals voting in D.C. elections. With 56 Democrats joining Republicans, the bill remains pending in the Senate right now. How in the world can they even think that this is something that is allowable? Illegals voting? Why don't you just let the whole world vote? I mean, do you see how stupid that is? I don't even understand why it's a question and how anyone could vote against, banning illegals. How in the world is that okay? Wisconsin Congressman Tom Tiffany has repeatedly highlighted this issue. They got their official non-citizen voter registration application, so there it is. The U.S. Capitol has turned over control of its government, in part, to foreign nationals legally and illegally present in our nation's capital. Judicial Watch on Telegram. Yeah, any country can come in and steal your country if you allow illegals to vote. So they just stick a bunch of illegals in there, allow them to vote, and they vote in their own people, and boom, the country's gone. And that's what they were trying to do. Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Joe Van Pulitzer drops all the data and evidence of foreign election interference in the 2020 election. Nisara Jasara activated on Telegram. 65 foreign countries participated in attacking 7 key states in over 600 county polling locations. The Chinese Communist Party systematically gained control over the U.S. election system, described as a national security emergency. The CCP leveraged financial, non-governmental, and foreign allies, including Venezuela, to acquire influence and control over U.S. voting infrastructure in at least 28 states. Electronic voting machines were compromised and cannot be trusted to provide an accurate vote count. Millions of invalid ballots were inserted into the election. Voting irregularities and fraud occurred in 8 states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. Media reported hand counts are not real hand counts and are easily subverted. Removing the invalid ballots and forensically auditing the paper ballots would change the certified 2020 election outcomes at all levels. Presidents, senators, congressional representatives. The only way to determine the real winners and restore confidence is a forensic audit of the paper ballots. The public's property required to be held for 22 months. Pulitzer worked with Colonel Phil Waldron's team on this vetted data. The full report was released in January 2021 and is more than enough evidence to understand that our elections are compromised and that the 2020 election was stolen. And just a side note, my understanding is that the military did their own votes, their own counts, and they were using the quantum dot technology, so they already know. And that's why the military is the only way. Thursday, May 21st, breaking: Biden body double A.J. Barron just turned and is turning state's evidence. Project Odin martial law and telegram. Every single auto pen pardon and order signed by a effing actor, not the president, and the whole deep state coup is about to go wide open. He looked like Biden, he sounded like Joe Biden, but he wasn't Biden. It means that every single pardon, every single executive order, every single signature over the last few years is null and void and illegal. Now the actor who played Joe Biden, A.J. Barron, has made a deal. He's 77 years old and facing serious jail time, and he's agreed to squeal on every Democrat who put an imposter in the Oval Office and ran the country like a criminal enterprise. Mr. Barron is being kept safe until he can be fully deposed. This is the greatest presidential fraud in the history of our country. They not only propped up an old senile man, they literally used a body double to sign documents and steal the presidency. The whole Biden administration was one big unconstitutional scam. The guy who played the part is ready to name names. I mean, can you believe that even happened? And you know it was happening at the time, because if you know, you know. That was not Biden. You can tell the difference if you just put the two next to each other on video and have one talk and the other one talk. It's so obvious. It's scary that people fell for that. Thursday, May 21st, another foreigner in Los Angeles stealing massive amounts of money from American taxpayers. A man from Armenia stole $500 million through a renewable fuel tax credit fraud scheme. Mr. Poole on Telegram. He had so much money he couldn't launder it all. Started buying Lamborghinis, Bugattis, private jets, yachts, and mansions in Turkey, Huntington Beach, and Utah. Prosecutors say Levon employed a team of corrupt law enforcement officers, including former DHS agent Felix Cisneros, also former Glendale detective John Balian, and former FBI agent Babak Brumand. One of the most audacious tax frauds in history. Levin was a Bel Air billionaire and gas station tycoon, but like always, it's just another foreigner stealing our money. The company was Washakie Renewable Energy. They filed false claims saying they produced and sold hundreds of millions of gallons of qualifying biodiesel, most of which never existed or was recycled on paper. They submitted paperwork to the IRS claiming massive biodiesel output from their Utah plant, supported by falsified records. They created fake import records and transportation logs to make it look like they were legitimately producing fuel from waste oils and grease. Received over $511 million in actual IRS payouts. They then laundered proceeds through billions in fake transactions across multiple bank accounts. When they couldn't launder the money anymore because it was so huge, they started buying mansions and sports cars. No American citizen should be paying the IRS a single cent in taxes. Thursday, May 21st. Now, Secretary Marco Rubio just broke out into full Spanish mode, ripping the communist Cuban regime and sending a message directly to the people, down with communism. Dan Bongino on Telegram. The reason you are forced to survive without electricity is not an oil blockade by America. No electricity, fuel, or food is because the people who control it have plundered billions of dollars, but nothing has been used to help the people. 30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called Gaza. The company is owned by the armed forces and operated by them, and has income 3 times higher than the current budget of his government. Today, while you are suffering, these entrepreneurs have $18 billion in assets and control 70% of Cuba's economy. They obtain profits from hotels, constructions, banks, stores, and even the money that their relatives send them from the United States. Everything goes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but nothing comes to you from the profits of Gaza. Instead of using the money to buy oil like all other countries in the world, they depended on Hugo Chavez and Maduro's free oil to keep the money. But now that they no longer receive free oil, they buy fuel for their generators in their vehicles, while the people are asked to sacrifice themselves. If owning your own business and having the right to vote is possible around Cuba, why is it not possible for you inside Cuba? In the United States, we are ready to open a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our countries. And right now, the only thing that gets in the way of a better future is those who control their country. Thursday, May 21st, Senator Tommy Tuberville says Barack Obama mass imported Somalis into Minnesota with the purpose of taking over the local government. 17th letter on Telegram. He says this is how Ilhan Omar got elected, and the plan was to import so many more foreigners they could take over the federal government. First of all, why would President Obama be allowed to bring in 80,000 people from Somalia and put them in one area in Minnesota, which is Minneapolis? And it was all done by plan. It's a third world country. Not assimilate, to build their own neighborhoods, to overtake the local, state, and then federal government with the Ilhan Omar. Well, if the deep state creates some sort of humanitarian crisis over in Somalia, that would give Obama the excuse to bring them over here saying they're refugees or something. I think that's what he did. Just all one big scam. She's not even a citizen, but she's in Congress. I can't figure out how we've allowed this to happen. People that are non-U.S. citizens to be in Congress, to be help making laws and voting on things. Yeah, that just seems outrageous. Like, how in the world did that even happen? You know how we can easily fix these things from happening almost immediately. I'll tell you, no one that's foreign born should be allowed to run for federal office in America. Make immigrants be here at least a full generation before being allowed to serve. Take it even further. No one foreign born should be allowed to serve at any level in American government. Also mandatory.
Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy note. See possible timing. On Friday, May 8, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went live across 209 countries of the global currency reset. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Tier 4B notifications began in certain areas only. Redemption centers were set up at 800 locations. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, Trump signed an executive order that negated the IRS collection arm from functioning, plus signed a second EO that opened the Federal Reserve payment rail to digital assets and a bankless system. Friday, May 22, 2026, there would be full quantum financial system activation and public medbed launch across 209 nations, ending pharmaceutical control. On Saturday, May 23, 2026, Global Streams broadcast. The EBS begins, exposing decades of cabal suppression. Sunday, May 24, 2026, after midnight. 48-hour full Jazar activation blackout locked under Restored Republic. The greatest wealth transfer in history begins in 10-12 days of communication darkness. On Tuesday, May 26, 2026, Trump Epic Independence event integrates QFS and medbeds. Golden Age of Health Freedom starts. Patriots receive priority treatments and recognition as guardians. On Monday, June 1, 2026 at 2:20 p.m. EST, every phone in America receives the key to their new gold/asset-backed currency wallet on the global financial system. Monday, 1st of June or Wednesday, June 3, 2026, EBS overrides live with stay-home orders. 10 days of communication darkness and Tuesday, June 9, 2026, Trump opens Fort Knox on camera as the EBS goes off and the QFS erases your debt. All mortgages, student loans, credit cards, medical bills and other loans charged with unlawful compound interest since 1971 has been calculated, put into and reimbursed from your personal wallet on the QFS system. Thursday, June 11, 2026, EBS goes live, transfers gold/asset-backed monies into the new global financial system. On Tuesday, May 26, 2026, Trump Epic Independence event integrates QFS and medbeds. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, Trump signed 2 executive orders, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. 1 killed the IRS as the IRS collection arm forever barred and precluded from examining or prosecuting. The other opened the Federal Reserve payment rail to digital assets and non-bank institutions, without a banking license. That just opened the door for a banking-less system. The QFS went live Friday, May 8, 2026. 209 countries have been running alongside SWIFT since midnight. Each sovereign citizen is being provided with a quantum ledger linked to their birth certificate bond. The value they stole from you the day you were born. Since 1933, your birth certificate has been collateral. Your social security number is a bond tracking number. Every American is worth $100,000 to $450,000 in stolen compound interest, illegal debt and confiscated labor value. JSR Article 21, Debt Nullification, is computing now. All mortgages, all of them student loans. All credit cards. As you read this, every medical bill charged with unlawful compound interest since 1971 is being calculated and encoded into your QFS ledger. The gold is at Fort Knox. 147.3 million ounce, but the audit team that entered March 14 under Executive Order 14,271 found more. Gold repatriated from the Vatican Bank, from the Bank of England. From Basel. Not in any public ledger, anywhere. Ref, Knox Audit 2026-0314 Sigma. Total value, not $692 billion. $43 trillion. That is the gold behind your new money. I want to see the gold. Trump said he wants to get you to ask why. The answer, the gold is there, and $43 trillion more, and it is yours. Dear 4B notifications began 96 hours ago. Redemption centers were set up at 800 locations. Waiting for one sign, Trump walks into Fort Knox on camera and opens the 20-ton door. He opens it, the EBS goes off. QFS gets locked by EBS flames. The QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are free. They kept you a slave for 53 years. Every dollar you owed was a lie. Every interest payment was theft. The guy who said they steal a lot is about to prove it on live TV. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, Thursday, May 21, 2026, the EBS test was not a test. The frequency it broadcast, 963 Hz, is the exact frequency that activates the pineal gland. They sent it to every phone in America. 330 million devices. Simultaneously, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. That was not an alert. That was an activation. The second broadcast is scheduled. Not announced. Scheduled. Internal FEMA document East 2026 7R lists the next test for June 1 at 2:20 p.m. EST. But this time it carries a data packet. Not sound. Data. Encoded in the signal. A 14-second burst that your phone will receive, store, and hold, until the QFS ledger requests it. That packet is your digital identity. Your quantum financial signature. The key that unlocks your account when the system goes live for public access. You will not be asked to sign up. You will not be asked to register. You will not be asked for permission. It will already be inside your device. June 1st. 2:20 p.m. Every phone in America receives the key. June 9th. Fort Knox opens on camera. June 11th. EBS fires, live. Not a test. The transfer 3 dates. 11 days. Public. They told you it was just a test. They told you it was emergency preparedness. They told you to ignore it. They told you to ignore it because IT already worked the first time. Your pineal gland received 963 Hz on October 4, 2023. You've been waking up since. The dreams changed. The anger grew. The clarity came. That was not coincidence. That was the first signal. The second signal is the key. The third signal is the door. June 1st. Market. Code, EBS 963 Hz, pineal activation / data packet / June 1 key / June 11 transfer. They already put the lock inside your phone. Global currency reset, G. Thursday, May 21, 2026. Bruce, the big call, a good source said. Tier 4B, us, the internet group, notifications to make exchange appointments by Friday, May 22, 2026. Another source said Tier 4B would get notifications Saturday night or Sun morning 22, May 23, 2026. A third source said we would start exchanges Tuesday, May 26, 2026. Tonight, Thursday 21st of May, a source said we could get notified anytime from Memorial Day Monday 25th of May to the end of the month on Sunday, May 31st, 2026. Another source said they wanted this done by the end of the month on Sunday, May 31st, 2026. ZIM holders will be given first priority for exchanges. There were 18 currencies that had their new rates on redemption center screens, but those rates were trading and changing upward, so there would be better rates when we go to our exchanges. Dinar holders had a higher contract rate that could only be given at a redemption center, not at a bank. ZIM holders could only redeem at a redemption center. Surprisingly, there is one that is still up, but all the posts on Sedona were removed. I will give you the initials. DCH. I will not reveal nothing else. Because these sites are targeted. Many people are not researchers. They are browsers. So they remain on the surface level, never going deeper. Which is why they settle for the surface story that is comfortable. Military units mapped surface to subterranean connections beneath Sedona estates and vortex-adjacent properties. Recon identified NGO childcare fronts as primary intake points feeding into transport vectors toward meat processing nodes in Arizona and New Mexico. Open society derivative funding trails were traced through layered grant structures to local wellness and adoption covers. Dumb access spurs under Boynton Canyon and nearby Red Rock formations showed active use for high-value movement. Initial insertions used non-attributable teams for pattern confirmation without direct engagement. What we think we know. As of Friday, May 22, 2026, Fox News. As of Thursday, May 21, 2026, the U.S. military was parked in Israel on high alert and ready to unleash hell on Iran. The terrorist regime was lashing out with desperate threats of crushing blows in the abyss of destruction if President Trump strikes again. Thursday, May 21, 2026, Senator Tommy Tuberville says Barack Obama mass-imported Somalis into Minnesota with the purpose of taking over the local government. He says this is how Ilhan Omar got elected, and she's not even a citizen, but serving in Congress. The 17th letter on Telegram. Voter fraud. Thursday, May 21, 2026, Dominion was sending in their reps to voting precincts all across the country, disguised under trusted build maintenance employees, and were wiping records and logs from the 2020 election. These records must be preserved by law. This is exactly why Tina Peters was sent to prison. She was smart enough to understand the situation and preserve the records from deletion, which was a threat to the stolen 2020 election. White hats on Telegram. Thursday, May 21, 2026, Arizona. Maricopa County admits that they deleted election records before the Arizona 2020 election audit. These archived files were never seen for the audit. This is what you call a cover-up and fraud. They stated that they didn't hand over all the records because it wasn't exactly stated in the subpoena, even though it stated all election records, so they deleted them. By law, most states require that election records must be maintained up to 24 months. Still, the audit found that over 25,000 ballots found in Maricopa County were counterfeit and not printed from the official Dominion PDF ballot. The 25,000 counterfeit ballots represent over double the amount of Biden's 10,457 vote margin of victory in Arizona. Washington, D.C.'s Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, effective since 2024, permits illegal residents to vote in local elections. In June 2025, the U.S. House passed H.R. 884, 266-148, to repeal this law and ban illegals voting in D.C. elections, with 56 Democrats joining Republicans. The bill remains pending in the Senate right now. Wisconsin Congressman Tom Tiffany has repeatedly highlighted this issue. They got their official non-citizen voter registration application. So there it is, the U.S. Capitol has turned over control of its government in part to foreign nationals legally and illegally present in our nation's capital. Judicial Watch on Telegram. Thursday, May 21, 2026, Jovan Pulitzer drops all the data and evidence of foreign election interference in the 2020 election. Nizar and Jazar activated on Telegram. 65 foreign countries participated in attacking 7 key states and over 600 county polling locations. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, systematically gained control over the U.S. election system. Described as a national security emergency, the CCP leveraged financial, non-governmental, and foreign allies, including Venezuela, to acquire influence and control over U.S. voting infrastructure in at least 28 states. Electronic voting machines were compromised and cannot be trusted to provide an accurate vote count. Millions of invalid ballots were inserted into the election. Voting irregularities and fraud occurred in 8 states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. Media reported hand counts are not real hand counts and are easily subverted. Removing the invalid ballots and forensically auditing the paper ballots would change the certified 2020 election outcomes at all levels: president, senators, congressional representatives. The only way to determine the real winners and restore confidence is a forensic audit of the paper ballots, the public's property, required to be held for 22 months. Pulitzer worked with Colonel Phil Waldron's team on this vetted data. The full report was released in January 2021 and is more than enough evidence to understand that our elections are compromised and that the 2020 election was stolen. Q Thursday, May 21, 2026 breaking: Biden body double A.J. Barron just turned and is turning state's evidence, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Every single open pardon and order signed by a fucking actor, not the president, and the whole deep state coup is about to go wide open. He looked like Biden. He sounded like Joe Biden. But he wasn't Biden. It means that every single pardon, every single executive order, every single signature over the last few years is null and void and illegal. Now, the actor who played Joe Biden, A.J. Barron, has made a deal. He's 77 years old and facing serious jail time, and he's agreed to squeal on every Democrat who put an imposter in the Oval Office and ran the country like a criminal enterprise. Mr. Barron is being kept safe until he can be fully deposed. This is the greatest presidential fraud in the history of our country. They not only propped up an old senile man, they literally used a body double to sign documents and steal the presidency. The whole Biden administration was one big unconstitutional scam. The guy who played the part is ready to name names. Our Thursday, May 21, 2026 another foreigner in Los Angeles stealing massive amounts of money from American taxpayers. A man from Armenia stole $500 million through a renewable fuel tax credit fraud scheme, Mr. Pool on Telegram. He had so much money he couldn't launder it all and started buying Lamborghinis, Bugattis, private jets, yachts, and mansions in Turkey, Huntington Beach, and Utah. Prosecutors say Levon employed a team of corrupt law enforcement officers, including former DHS agent Felix Cisneros, also former Glendale detective John Sarobalian, and former FBI agent Babak Brumand. One of the most audacious tax frauds in history. Levon was a Bel Air billionaire and gas station tycoon. But like always, it's just another foreigner stealing our money. The company was Washakie Renewable Energy. They filed false claims saying they produced and sold hundreds of millions of gallons of qualifying biodiesel, most of which never existed or was recycled on paper. They submitted paperwork to the IRS claiming massive biodiesel output from their Utah plant, supported by falsified records. They created fake import records and transportation logs to make it look like they were legitimately producing fuel from waste oils and grease. Received over $511 million in actual IRS payouts, they then laundered proceeds through billions in fake transactions across multiple bank accounts. When they couldn't launder the money anymore because it was so huge, they started buying mansions and sports cars. No American citizen should be paying the IRS a single cent in taxes. Thursday, May 21, 2026 now. Secretary Marco Rubio just broke out into full Spanish mode, ripping the communist Cuban regime and sending a message directly to the people. Down with communism, Dan Bongino on Telegram. The reason you are forced to survive without electricity is not an oil blockade by America, no electricity, fuel or food, is because the people who control it have plundered billions of dollars, but nothing has been used to help the people. 30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called GESA. This company is owned by the armed forces and operated by them, and has income 3 times higher than the current budget of his government. Today, while you are suffering, these entrepreneurs have $18 billion in assets and control 70% of Cuba's economy. They obtain profits from hotels, constructions, banks, stores, and even the money that their relatives send them from the United States. Everything goes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but nothing comes to you from the profits of GESA. Instead of using the money to buy oil, like all other countries in the world, they depended on Hugo Chavez and Maduro's free oil to keep the money. But now that they no longer receive free oil, they buy fuel for their generators and their vehicles, while the people are asked to sacrifice themselves. If owning your own business and having the right to vote is possible around Cuba, why is it not possible for you inside Cuba? In the United States, we are ready to open a new chapter in the relationship between our people and our countries. And right now, the only thing that gets in the way of a better future is those who control their country. Thursday, May 21, 2026. Senator Tommy Tuberville says Barack Obama mass imported Somalis into Minnesota with the purpose of taking over the local government. The 17th letter on Telegram, he says this is how Ilhan Omar got elected and the plan was to import so many more foreigners they could take over the federal government. First of all, why would President Obama be allowed to bring in 80,000 people from Somalia and put them in one area in Minnesota, which is Minneapolis? And it was all done by plan. It's a third world country. Not assimilate, to build their own neighborhoods, to overtake the local, state, and then federal government with Ilhan Omar. She's not even a citizen, but she's in Congress. I can't figure out how we've allowed this to happen. People that are non-US citizens to be in Congress, to be help making laws and voting on things. You know how we can easily fix these things from happening almost immediately. I'll tell you, no one that's foreign-born should be allowed to run for federal office in America. Make immigrants be here at least a full generation before being allowed to serve. Take it even further. No one foreign-born should be allowed to serve at any level in American government. Also mandatory English.
So doing a late show because there's so much going on. So you got to know what's going on. So we're seeing President Trump is basically skipping his own son's wedding. So when was the last time a president skipped his own son's wedding? Think about that. All right, Trump, White House, May 22nd, 2026. Bedminster canceled. New York speech done. Straight back to Washington. The last time something like this happened, the world found out why a few days later. This is not a scheduling conflict. This is not bad optics on a family milestone. This is a president who moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem after 3 predecessors signed waivers kicking it down the road, who ordered the Soleimani strike after years of prior administrations passing, who does not cancel things for nothing. What is happening right now that required him back in the Situation Room tonight? His own words, I feel it is important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. He didn't say important once, he said it twice. So he didn't say what that period was. He didn't say how long. He didn't say what he was waiting on, but he did say important twice. Presidents who skip their children's weddings are not doing it because the paperwork piled up. They do it when things on the other end of that secure line is the kind of thing that changes what tomorrow looks like. The Iran truce is fragile. Iran has basically said it is not going to negotiate anymore on their nuclear stockpiles. The Strait of Hormuz is still contested. 12 weeks of conflict and counting, and the man running it just turned the motorcade around. This is the moment, right now. Pay attention, follow, and turn on notifications before it's too late. All right. So President Trump's plane is heading back to the White House. So here we go. Well, I very much wanted to be with my son, Don Jr., and the newest member of the Trump family, his soon-to-be wife, Bettina. Circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the United States of America did not allow me to do so. I feel it is important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. Congratulations to Don and Bettina, President Donald J. Trump. All right, so along these roads, Tulsi Gabbard, who I said, I think like 6 weeks ago now, because I heard from George Webb that she was out. And I guess they finally announced it today, her resignation. And of course, they have to have a good excuse. Her son, her partner, husband has cancer, right? So she resigns from one of the most important positions in the whole world, right? So here's Marco Rubio finding out he has to be the new DNI. All right, so he's being, I think he's being groomed. I think he's being groomed to potentially be the next president. So President Trump has given him all these different tasks. So I don't know, is this the fifth one or something and counting? So, but imagine the Hispanic vote. The Hispanic vote. That would be tremendous. It would really go over the top. It'd be pretty cool. So Marco has been doing a good job lately. So we'll see. He's still got time to prove himself or not. And the American people will speak ultimately on whether he will or not. So it is funny, right? Kicking bird. So yep, we still have to have a good time, right? I can tell you, as a Navy SEAL and then as CIA security contractor, we joked a lot. Right, we kept our sense of humor up. It's very, very important. So we are seeing some serious activity happening. So Tulsi Gabbard resigning, president. So why was she resigning today when 6 weeks ago George Webb was saying she was already out? Why did they wait till today for her to resign? I said that I was like, she's gone. So they're just going to wait for the right opportunity. And I guess that was for today. Now, why is she gone? Was she disclosing? I think she was. And I think she was passing information. And that's probably one of the reasons why she had to go now. All right. So shit's about to hit the fan. That'll need, very important information to get out there. So now, along these lines, shit hitting the fan, as we used to say in the teams and CIA. That's kind of a war footing. It's time to go to war. Seeing 2 SEAL Team 6 officers that I used to work with have come into the news, and maybe a coincidence, maybe there's a war footing that's up, and so you're going to start to put high prominent, former war fighters in prominent positions and disclosing certain things. Now, Ed Garang's voters once backed Thomas Massey. What changed? So Ed Garang was a guy that I worked with in SEAL Team 6, an officer that I worked in SEAL Team 6. And he was my last commander when I left the SEAL Team 4. So he was highly decorated, war fighter. He was in combat action with me, the Panama invasion, hunting down and finding Noriega. So I keep hearing all these people say, Thomas Massey, and I'm like, how about a Navy SEAL Team 6 officer just came out of nowhere and took him down? That's the real story, but they don't say that because that would bring a positive light on this. So they're like, Ed Garang, came out of nowhere, and he had Israeli backing or something. It's like, yeah, they're because Thomas Massey was very anti-Israel, and I didn't want to vote for armaments going to Israel. Israel is using those armaments to basically destroy a terrorist organization, and lots of terrorist organizations. So Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran. So the biggest terrorist organization ever, government designed as a terrorist organization. So Israel is helping us take that down. They've worked us, and now we're working them. Right. So, but a lot of the deep state actors and their puppets that you're seeing in the mainstream press, and some of these influencers used to be influencers, Candace Owens, the redacted news, huge Trump haters. All right. They're all Trump haters now. And so they're trying to tear down the Trump administration. I've watching them for a while. Tucker Carlson, the names keep going on and on. And we're going to continue to see these people, be exposed, and basically we're going to turn our backs on them. So let's look at the fanatics of the new Republican nominee who beat longtime Representative Thomas Massey in the primary for Kentucky's 4th District Tuesday. Didn't seem to mind that Ed Garang won. And so they say that many of them were former Massey voters. So another thing that these mainstream, influencers that we allow to, rise to the top and that we've been following, and now they're turning against Donald Trump and basically us, right? Because we put Donald Trump in office, and he is performing exceptionally well, better than I ever imagined. So, and I am a warfighter. I am a SEAL Team 6 and CIA warfighter. So I'm very impressed. Many of them were former Massey voters, as I said, but the Northern Kentucky congressman's opposition to Trump, that's Massey, led them to find new allegiances, they said Tuesday at Garang's watch party at Wenzel Distillery in Covington. The blow-up of Massey's social media presence, largely because he pushed back on Trump on several high-profile issues, turned off many voters in the district. So I know a lot of people are trying to make this into something different. The people spoke. The good people of Kentucky, thank you, spoke. And a lot of people are saying, well, they just bought him in there. Well, Massey had a lot of money on his side too. It was one of the biggest congressional money movement things in history. So he's one of the only Republican Congress members who ever openly defies Trump, which Garang's fans said they consider immature. Many said Garang's willingness to support Trump and his background as a Navy SEAL, made up for a lack of his own agenda. So I can promise you that Ed Garang will do exceptionally well all the way to the top. So again, it's very interesting to me how this SEAL Team 6 officer came out of nowhere. So what is this? Is this something bigger that's happening where we're seeing, the best of the best rise to the top? Is that what we're seeing? I think that's part of it. Another part of it is that, we're exposing the deep state and tearing down their system. And a lot of people are like, if we get rid of all these congresswomen and men, who's going to replace them? Hello, SEAL Team 6 guy, right? Badass. So we've got people on a standby. We got people standing by that are ready to rise to the top, guys. And he doesn't have any political history at all, right? I never even remember him talking about politics, and the whole time I knew him, right? So it's pretty astounding to me. And he's a big old farm boy. He's a Kentucky farm boy. So what's the other one? Who is the other SEAL Team 6 guy that's in the news? Now, this one is very interesting again. All right. So there is some kind of disclosure going on in some of these. I think maybe. All right. So this is Bob Harwood. Now he worked, I believe he was Blue Team guy. I think he ran Blue Team for a little bit. I remember him, really good officer. I guess he rose to the point of vice admiral before he got out. So here we are, Robert Harwood, right? So I remember him. I got some good stories about him. Right? So funny stuff. We all have funny stuff on each other. I'm not going to share it, but he's a good guy. I enjoyed working with him. He's one of the good officers that I work with in the teams. There was a lot of them, some not so much, but most exceptional. All right. So is he wearing a mask? So, I mean, that's his look. Kind of off to me a little bit, but I haven't seen him in a long time. I haven't seen him probably like, I don't know, 10, 15 years, maybe more. But that is definitely Bob, right? So I remember him. He's a good guy, you know. Let's see what he has to say and look at his throat.
About the point he makes, and also Iran has a vote in this as well. They've reconfigured a number of things, I am certain. What do you think the next best move is today?
Well, I agree with the general completely, with one caveat. Patience may be a little short of the real objective here. The president has time.
Now, to me, his voice seems a little off. It does sound like him, but it seems a little off. Bob was very energetic when I knew him, right? And he spoke a lot faster. And he spoke, he really projected his voice. So it sounds like his voice, but it looks like him, but his energy seems to be off to me. So I don't know. He might have a mask on because it could be somebody that's posing as him.
His hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime and the people of Iran. So he's been very astute in leveraging that time. And so I don't see it as negotiations. It really is capitulation. The president's made it very clear. You will not have a nuclear weapon. You will not have the materials. Surrender that. And you will ensure that the Straits of Hormuz are open to free commerce, that you have no claims for surcharge or approving. Those two things are irreversibly, and the president knows he's in the position to demand those. So I think in that sense, he controls the narrative and when he would strike. I'd also say that patience and the request from Saudi, Qatar, UAE.
All right, he's making some good points here, but it kind of hard not to look at his neck, right? So I'll give that a thumbs up. But we're looking at maybe disclosure here, guys, where we looked at Biden, the masking of Biden. Are we having military officers at the highest level, SEAL Team 6 level officer come out and disclose something there? With that mask obvious, I think it's pretty obvious that was some kind of mask on him. Right? So, or maybe Bob Harwood is indisposed. He's getting ready for war in the back channels or something. So they sent out a double and they put a mask on him so he looks like Bob Harwood. I don't know, but it is very interesting. Yeah, he should have worn a turtleneck, but should have, could have, but didn't. So he's exposing. All right. So I don't have a hole in my neck. I don't have a mask on. So just so you guys know. All right. And, it's good to see my old SEAL Team 6 buddies out there. But what is going on? So we know that President Trump is building an underground bunker next to the White House. And is this because they're taking down the deep state and they're bringing in top guys for replacement and positions of, prestige. Good job, Bob, and good job, Ed. Hats off to you guys. Like work with you back in the day, and good to see you out there still. All right. But what is going on? These military guys, high-level military guys, and these positions like that, and then the bunker system that can resist missile strikes and drone strikes and so forth. What's going on there? And it's going to have a military commander in chief. He can just stay right there in the White House, and take charge. Doesn't have to jump on Air Force One and expose himself. Riding over to Edwards in a helicopter, which is very vulnerable. He doesn't have to go to the Pentagon where he has to ride over in a helicopter, being very vulnerable. Who knows we haven't cleaned all the bad cabal out of the Pentagon still. Who knows? So There's lots of factors here. So he gets to choose, who's going to be there. Tulsi, gone. He chose. She's gone. All right. So let's look at some of the things that were going on with Tulsi. Now, another, like I said, a group that is, I think, negative along the lines of Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. He's gone. He went when he really started to come out hard on Trump. So, you lost your show, and then you've been able to hold on to it for so long, and then you went super hardcore against Trump, and now you're gone. So that's funny how that works. All right, and all these other people like the redacted couple. I've been watching them for a little while, and they just have on a long train of negatives that come on and bash the hell out of Trump, and they bash the hell out of Trump. So, these people, and look at them, they worked themselves up to having almost 3 million subscribers. So obviously a lot of people have, jumped on board with, and I used to watch them all the time, but then they started going super negative on Trump. And I'm like, that's enough. All right. You guys are out. You, Candace Owens, and all the other people like that. All right. Candace Owens. Speaking of Candace Owens, she just had Hunter Biden on, trying to make Hunter Biden look good. Right. So the cabal is just, going full out there, using their little puppets that they worked hard to put in positions of prestige within the MAGA community.
Hunter Biden. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
In what might be one of the most unlikely pairings of 2026, Candace Owens invited Hunter Biden onto her podcast, to the shock and surprise of many. The nearly 2-hour sit-down between one of the most polarized...
Not the shock and surprise of moi. Right? So Candace Owens is for a while now been on, the out with me, and now she's proven herself. All right, she's proven herself to be unworthy of our attention. All right, so trying to make Hunter look good. All right, so he's a pedophile, drug addict, and all kind of nasty stuff. Abuse women, on and on and on. So yeah, let's go ahead and try and make him presentable to the public again. What do you have? What's he going to do, Candace? Have him coming up and doing something else? So I don't know. There's a lot of guys out there, guys and gals, that are very suspect these days. Another person that brought Hunter Biden on, which shocked me not, was Sean Ryan. All right, so Sean Ryan brought him on, and I've been watching Sean, and seen some anomalies there, but he does good shows too. He's former SEAL, and I hate to diss a SEAL, but you got to watch everything. You got to watch everything. What's going on there? Is he part of a group? He shot to the top so fast. Had his own studio, film crew. I remember saying, Sean, good luck, man. And I thought he was going to be like me. I'm just a dude with the laptop and sometimes a nice background, and I do most of my stuff. And Sean Ryan just blew up. I mean, where do you get all that money? It's pretty funny. All right. So it's good. It's good. I'm not knocking him. I think he's great shows. But I see some things. All right. It's like that movie where the guy saw the Trump weighs next steps with Iran. What's going on? Kind of a timing thing, I think, because like I said, George Webb, had called him out or called her out, not him, but I think she's a him. I mean, I think she's a her. Right. So unlike who's that Georgia girl? Yeah, she's a dude, right? A dudette. So I know we have some Georgia people here who believes that the woman, if I can say that, that was in Georgia that left recently from Congress, is she a dude or is that really a woman? All right. Let's see what you guys say. All right. So we'll look at a lot of this stuff, going forward. I said a long time ago, MTG looks like a dude, right? I think MTG is a dude, right? I said that long ago. And so there's those other people who think that as well. Let me pull up some stuff on her before I go forward with the George Webb stuff. George Webb has basically destroyed Tulsi Gabbard. And there's other people out there that they're starting to do the same thing. And I've seen some people that, should know better, that have jumped on the bandwagon and are congratulating Tulsi Gabbard on such a great time as DNI, and so sad to see you go. You look a little deeper, guys. All right. Look a little deeper before you jump on that. All right. So let's go to my X account. So that's where it is. I exposed so much stuff. Sometimes I get in trouble for it, but it is what it is. All right. Let's pull it up. It's in here. All right. I'll share the screen so you can see this, and we'll do a little deep dive. So you guys are like, what, Jacob? What do you want to now? So here's, dude looks like a lady. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican in the House of Representatives for Georgia, proved to be a turncoat against President Trump. So many are turning against Trump now. Greene's ex-husband, Perry Greene, and family own Green River Packing Company in Vero Beach, Florida, with alleged connections to John Walsh. So John Walsh, remember the guy that his son, little boy, ended up murdered? And then later on, we find out that he's transgender now. Wow. And you made us think that, we're going to look for all these people. You did that show for all that time, John Walsh. I had John Walsh's daughter on. She basically exposed all this. So anyway, Disney, Cimex, the Clintons, John McCain, the Rothschilds, Jeffrey Epstein, George Soros, Bill Gates, and the child trafficking tunnels. Marjorie and Perry also allegedly had real estate dealings with Mark Epstein, Jeffrey's brother, who owned adjacent property in Little St. James Island. Marjorie's $700,000 net worth when she came into office skyrocketed to $25 million within her 5-year period in government. Julian Assange referred to her as a GOP infiltrator. Lynn Wood has referred to her as a traitor, rhino, deadbeat, a man transgender, like moi, Freemason, who was playing both sides, did not pay him for his legal services, and accuses her of not trying to fix the 2020 election. Adding that the capital of Georgia is the biggest child trafficking area. Marjorie attacked Lynn over his lack of efforts in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse, as I disclosed, that was a fakery, right? That shooting was fakery, right? And I disclosed that, and of course that video went bye-bye on YouTube. But I pointed it all out. I just lit it up, and then it had to be taken down by YouTube because it was disclosing too much. While Lynn reminded her of the monies he raised for Kyle in the Fight Back Foundation. Now, in the beginning, I gave to that, and then I looked at all those videos, and I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. All my career about, and then I started to see the real evidence, and it was like, oh. So he started for Kyle, but Lynn claims he was misled, like moi, in the Rittenhouse case, stating the case was actually a psyop created by the Black Hats. Yes, indeed. So how many of you still believe in the Rittenhouse case? All right. Sorry, it's bad. All right, it's not real. It's also alleged that Marjorie had tipped off a group of leftist CCP-linked antagonists, Code Pink, of where President Trump was dining in a D.C. restaurant. She was then referred to the Secret Service for her actions. Okay, we know that she basically sold her property in Georgia and has now skedaddled all the way down to Costa Rica with her new love interest. All right, so I guess the guy likes guys, right? So whatever. Now, supposedly she has 3 children, but we don't know anything about them. There's nothing to be learned about them, so whatever. Note the photo, the Obamas had children too that weren't theirs. Note the photo of Marjorie with General Flynn and her 3 toes. West Coast Wizard referred to her as a troglodyte, right? A prehistoric race of people who lived in caves, non-human. Derek Johnson, my buddy, also shared a photo mocking Marjorie's toes. Also note the photo where President Trump gives the infamous pedo point. Brian Glenn, Marjorie's fiance, and who was a Trump supporter, left his job with Real America's Voice to move to Georgia with Marjorie. I'm guessing Marjorie's leaving her position recently was a soft public outing for her visit to the spa, right? So, oh my God, look at that. Oh, three-toed. What the hell? Jesus. All righty. So disclosure. They're coming at us from all angles. All right. Can you handle it? All right. So here we go. Can you handle it? All right. This is a paid, I'm not going to show you all of it because of that. This is George Webb's Substack. You pay yearly, it's not that much, to gather incredibly amazing information. So, silence of the ODNI. Some truths are never told, right? The greatest threat to a free nation is not ignorance, it is the information you are never allowed to see. So some of us, some of you, I've been involved in a lot of stuff that you will never see, right? That I have seen, and very few other people will see. But that's for national security. It is a good thing. But sometimes that's not a good thing when you keep that information from the president, and that's what the DNI did. Peter Strzok marshaled the resources of the FBI counterintelligence teams, including DHS and other intelligence agencies, to assess, keyword, assess Donald Trump's susceptibility to Russian influence through an operation called Crossfire Hurricane. Now, we know that this was really to take Donald Trump down, but those that were not part of the upper team that were part of taking Trump down, like Peter Strzok, James Comey, and several others, they all knew. But when you compartmentalize stuff and then you tell everybody that if you say anything, because this is a very top secret investigation to see if Trump is, being targeted, they weren't saying that they were using it to basically take Trump down. So they had all these people that were involved in the FBI, DHS, CIA, NSA, and other intelligence agencies involved in this Crossfire Hurricane. And their target was Donald Trump. They surveilled him. They data collected on him. They had human intelligence on him, financial analysis, communications intercepts, background exploitation, and they were saying nothing to Donald Trump. He had to find out on his own. So this is part of what they do in these Arctic frost assessments. The 2020 election cycle, 22 election cycle, and the 2024 election cycle. They knew they were watching a presidential candidate. They knew he would never be told. That is not investigation. That is subversion, right? So he talks about it in his, I'm just going to give you just guys a little bit. Go read the Substack. Go sign up. support the man and his team. The duty of the ODNI, the Director of National Intelligence, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, is not to protect institutions like the FBI, CIA, or whatever. It is to inform the President of the United States. She did not do that. She did not do that. The President must be informed, no exceptions. All right. So this is how it breaks down. Release to President, tell the truth of these investigations that are basically designed to sabotage him. Truth reveals targeting nature. You become the target. You go to prison. So she's faced with that. Or allow targeting to proceed, remain silent, which she was doing. President is targeted. You become complicit, prison again. The only choice that doesn't end in prison time is to resign, which he did, right? There's going to be more to this story, guys. This is just your opening salvo, your opening amount of information, but there'll be a lot more to come. Probably a lot more people involved, right? And those people will be entertained at Gitmo or something, right? So strong indicator CIA was tracking DNI Gabbard team emerged months ago. So this was Catherine Herridge. She is exceptional. She said, based on my reporting, it was well known in national security circles that a CIA investigative unit had sent emails to several members of DNI, Gabbard's Directors Initiative Group, or DIG, demanding they come in for questioning. While the CIA unit routinely, I saw from another post, another insider type thing, where she was giving up, because she was basically a cabal plant, and she was giving up information to Northern Virginia contractors and so forth. So if that is disclosed, that does become a real thing, because there's some people that say that she's resigning so that she can run for president, right? So she can shift and get out of the way of criminal involvement and become a presidential candidate. She may be going to prison, and probably should be going to prison if what I've been hearing is correct, but remains to be seen, because just like I said, I think like after George Webb said it, and I was like, yep, yeah, I know. She's a baddie. She basically came in under the wire. It's like, I used to be with the Democrat Party, but they're no longer the party of non-war, and President Trump is. Oh, now President Trump is going to war and he's backing Israel, and there's a little bit of shit talking starting to come from her, right? Like I pointed out with Redacted and some of these other people, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, and they've just gone off. Alex Jones, it's like they're not even the same people anymore. They're so anti-Trump. It's disgusting to hear them talk. And they're just some of the idiots out there that are running their mouths. All right, while the CIA unit routinely conducts polygraphs investigations, the timing of the request was concerning. It did not appear to be part of a standard security clearance review. The alleged CIA monitoring of the Directors Initiatives Group was described as tracking every keystroke on their government computers and devices. All right, so they were definitely looking very hard at Tulsi Gabbard and her team, right? So I think we're going to find out, like I said, a lot more as we go forward about a lot of stuff. Now, Arctic frost, which is the basically what they use as a cover to let me give you an example. We've had on Alpha Warrior. So I supported Alpha Warrior very, very early on when he first got raided by the FBI. So the FBI agents that came and raided him, he was like a top level, undercover cop. He was a Marine, top level Marine, had, I don't know if it was, I think it was in Afghanistan, had combat action in Afghanistan, phenomenal guy. And you guys have seen him on my show and other shows. He has his own shows. He works with Josh Reed as well. They do a lot of shows together, but they came in and raided his house. They knew that he had a weapon, and they were like, using laser dots, and they were like aiming them all inside of his house, and they wanted him to come out and respond. Right. But he was smart. He didn't. So he came out and gave himself up. And then he said when they started coming into his house, they're all like tough and, harassing his family, making his family go out on the lawn in the middle of the night, 2:00 in the morning, whatever it was. Their neighbors, seeing all this. So, and they had all the lights and, drones and helicopters, whatever, going around. He said they started to look into his rooms. They're going through all this stuff. And they came down the passage, the hallway passage, going to the other rooms where he had all his plaques, from, having been like the #1 in the police force and all kind of, it's like so many accolades and, awards in the military and so forth. He had a wall of, heroes wall. And these FBI agents came by and they saw that and they all stopped. Because they've been told something else. Right? That he was a bad guy, and if you get a shot at him, take it because he needs to go. So somebody spun them up wrong, and then when they saw that, they knew otherwise, and they started to treat him with respect, and then kind of started to close things down. But this is the way these things work, guys. So Arctic frost is basically something like that, where they spin these agents up, tell them something that's false to get them all fired up, to get involved. They do this in every war, right? They bullshit everybody. Do we still hate the Japanese? Do we still hate the Germans? Do we still hate the Vietnamese? No. People go there in those countries all the time now. It's like especially Vietnam, people love to go to Vietnam and as tourists. It's a great deal. People are like settling there. It's a underpriced heaven for retirees and so forth. So yeah, it's all bullshit, and they do the same thing with these FBI and CIA agents, telling them the wrong information because they want to achieve a certain outcome. So the Arctic frost investigations that George Webb talked about in 2020, it's not over yet. And so they had all this stuff that went out, all these people that were involved. 2022, same thing. 2024, same thing. So their investigations trying to find wrongdoing, which is not even there, but they create it. And they fire everybody up, saying, these false allegations that they're evil and so forth. And we need to track their phone records. We need to investigate everything about them. We need to know everything about them. When they take a poop, when they, get up in the morning, when they go to bed, everything, when they turn on their phone, what they watch on TV, who they talk to. Well, they already do that to all of us anyway. So but they really go after the people that they want, to destroy, and they find stuff that they can use. So they even went after congressmen and women. So I think it's 39 different congressmen they went after in this investigation, 34. So the FBI sent Chuck Grassley is talking about this. The Senate Judiciary Committee released documents showing the FBI sent 197 subpoenas to 34 people and 163 businesses demanding information about more than 400 Republicans and entities. So they were trying to take down our government, that conservative side of our government, destroy it, throw conservatives in prison, which they did during J6, and then created, that fear campaign against anybody that was there. Like well over 1 million of us that went to, the J6 stuff to peacefully protest for a very obviously compromised election. And as time goes on, that's becoming more and more evident. So yeah, 2020 is definitely not over yet. There's a lot to be revealed. Tina Peters is getting released January 1st or June 1st. And at the event that we're having in Las Vegas, she's going to come there. She'll be there. She won't be able to talk too much, but we'll give her a nice standing ovation. And she might be on my show. All right. So that's going to be pretty cool because her son was a Navy SEAL and, identify with a lot of stuff that she stood for. Very brave woman. So that'll be good, to see her come out. Eventually she'll be able to talk in probably a little bit more detail. We'll get some things from her, what was prison life like, So we can talk about the basic stuff. What was it like, your son? It's like, that's a bad thing, his accident. Because I guess she, is on the path of that was an accident. Whereas Juan O'Savin and I are like, that wasn't no accident. Wait, that's an accident. But, she doesn't go down that road and make her son look bad or whatever. So I understand. So I'm not going to push on that, but it's very suspect, a lot of the stuff that's going on out there. So I wanted to, come on and talk about some of the stuff. You got to be thinking, Tulsi Gabbard gone, but that's not why she left. That's not why she resigned. No question about it. So, and has she been gone a while? And they just decided to release it today. And now President Trump is going back to the White House for very obviously important reason. But, what are they? Are we going to war? Are we finally going to hammer Iran? Or is there some kind of financial situation that's going to happen? Who knows? We'll find out. And maybe it's a nothing burger. But I guarantee you that President Trump is not leaving his son's wedding because he needs to be close to the White House. Yeah, really? He's got a big old jet to get in there in minutes. So and it doesn't matter. He can go into Air Force One, and that's like the White House right there. Right. So we'll find out. And maybe, it's to stop something that could be happening. But again, underneath the White House, they're building a massive bunker system. Underneath, you go to Russia, Putin has been building all kinds of underground bunkers, lots of them. In China, in 2027 will be completed the world's largest military underground facility anywhere in the world. Something's going on, right? So we need to be aware. We need to be, prepped and ready to go and ready to stay focused and absorb information. Just stay light, stay loving. All right. So, because if you stay loving, that basically opens up your intuitive centers, and you can, access your intuitive side and the bigger picture that's going on out there. And there's a lot going on out there. So don't get nervous. It's going to be good. And I know it's like, why would you even say something like that? Well, just be prepared, right? You never know. I'm always prepared. I'm always flexible. I'm always calm. Life wave. water. Delicious. Okay, guys. And I have my Syllogize PM in it. So getting ready for beddy time. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. The storm is upon us with the ferocity of a black swan event that will redefine the fabric of our nation. Martial law is operational. EBS countdown has begun. Prepare. Israel is last. Julian Assange on Telegram. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Obama and Hillary Clinton were a 16-year plan to destroy America. They're high-level puppets in the big picture. Julian Assange on Telegram. That's how they get people to willingly give up their freedom and support their own downfall. That's how they divide the people and build the army of sheep. That's how they convince people you can change genders. They are doing this to the whole world to implement their one world government and install their one world leader. Trump isn't just up against the deep state in America. He's up against a worldwide network that infiltrated America 155 years ago. This is an unconventional war to free the world from the cabal control. It's bigger than just arresting the names we all want to see. It's about dismantling the old system of control piece by piece and replacing the pieces without crushing it. There are crimes without a statute of limitations and crimes that have not ended. Everything has to go through the process. That's why you saw investigations first, and now indictments are starting to roll out. On the world stage, Trump is hitting cartels and a terrorist regime that extorts ships for using a free shipping lane, chance, and murders the Iranian people that don't fall in line. I know the Israel-only crowd is going to hit the comments talking about how Trump is controlled by Israel. If you want to listen to that, it's on you. I do want to point out something though. The Black Pillars talk about the Rothschilds' link to Israel, but they don't talk about London or Switzerland. When people want you to zoom in on one part of the map, you should zoom out and look at the whole thing. Even in checkers, you don't focus on one piece. Wednesday, May 20th, breaking. The deep state crackdown begins. Mass arrests and secret tribunals underway. Gitmo now on Telegram. The storm has arrived. High-profile arrests are flooding Gitmo. Deep state operatives are being rounded up, and the world is on the brink of an unprecedented purge. This is bigger than anything before. Secret military tribunals are running at full force, and the list of names will shake the world. For years, whispers of military tribunals and deep state arrests were dismissed as conspiracy theories. But now Gitmo is overflowing, and new detention centers are popping up worldwide. Honduras, Spain's Santa Cruz Islands, Antarctica's hidden military base, all filling with traitors who once ruled from the shadows. U.S. military takes control. The Supreme Court has been bypassed. The Insurrection Act has been activated, and secret trials are happening under military jurisdiction. Justice is no longer delayed. It is here. Gitmo alone is at full capacity, forcing military forces to relocate thousands of deep state operatives to offshore black sites. High-level names are being interrogated. Deals are being made. Some won't make it out alive. Mass tribunals. Who's next? The Biden regime's handlers are panicking as military operations accelerate. Convicted traitors are facing swift sentences. Executions have begun. The list of those already sentenced will leave you in shock. Names like Comey, Brennan, and Gates are only the beginning. The dominoes falling fast. Gitmo overloaded with new arrests. Antarctica, a frozen prison for elite traitors. Fort Worth in Puerto Rico, secret holding sites for domestic conspirators. Emergency broadcast incoming. Be ready. The next phase is about to go public. The global deep state is in freefall. Their network is collapsing faster than anyone predicted. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. They never thought she would lose. They never thought we'd fight back. Global currency reset, Tuesday, May 19th. Bruce, the big call. We will have new rates on redemption center screens on May 20th, 2026. Exchanges for Tier 4B will begin Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 20th, 21st, 22nd of May, 2026. SIM holders are sovereigns and will be notified first and will be able to redeem first. Call centers are AI and will give you the number to call to talk to a person at a redemption center to obtain your appointment. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, breaking economic news. Trump's new American monetary system sparks massive debate over gold, XRP, stablecoins, and the future of the U.S. dollar. And Wednesday, May 20th, historic bond redemption. The forgotten wealth that will shake the financial system. The secrets buried in vaults. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Julian Assange. Ukraine wasn't the first money laundering operation. Elites used Afghanistan and many other wars they started to steal our tax dollars too. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries through Afghanistan, and back into the hands of a transnational security only. The goal is to have an endless war, not to be successful. To keep wars going, to keep laundering our tax dollars. That's why the military-industrial complex is fighting President Trump at every turn. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Hillary Clinton may finally face prison. Trump orders full declassification. President Trump has just ordered the immediate release of all FBI files related to Crossfire Hurricane, the infamous Russian collusion investigation. This means that John Durham's report confirms. In August 2016, then CIA Director John Brennan briefed Obama and Biden on Clinton's plan to falsify linked Trump to Russia. They knew, they approved, they watched it unfold. Hillary Clinton's campaign engineered the biggest political hoax in American history, the weaponization of intelligence agencies, the corruption of the FBI and DOJ, a conspiracy to undermine a sitting U.S. president, now exposed in black and white. Tulsi Gabbard is one of my favorite picks Trump has made. She has delivered, and she delivered again here with this powerful message. Mel Gibson on Telegram. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, RNC Chair Joe Gruters announces 130 lawsuits across 32 states to block Democrats from cheating in the elections, and more are coming. President Trump has also said he's sending out an army of election lawyers to stop the steal. Pair it with the Save America Act and the rigging will stop. Well, let's hope so. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Fox News. Spying scandal erupts. CIA accused of taking back 40 boxes of JFK and MKUltra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing for declassification. CIA whistleblower claims the agency took back 40 boxes of JFK and MKUltra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing. The whistleblower also alleges the CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 21st of May, 2026. And another day, another story. The exposure is going on. Everything is becoming clearer. The light is exposing the darkness. In America, along with Donald Trump, Senator Johnny Ernst has exposed that the US federal government has been losing $1.4 billion per day through fraud. These are the people who represent you. These are the people that you pay your taxes to fund. And yet $1.4 billion per day is going missing fraudulently. Now you start to understand why the whole system needs to be taken down and changed. Because there you are, working your backsides off to pay your taxes. And they're stealing it. They are fraudulently stealing it to the tune of 1.4 billion a day. And of course, the money that they steal, you have to pay back. But those days are over. The days of exposure are coming. And they couldn't come too soon, because it's costing you a lot of money to keep your mouth shut. If you sit and do nothing, you'll have to pay up and be happy. Or you can do like I've done. You can stand up against these criminals. You go, but they're senators. And they sit in government. Most of them, not all of them, most of them are criminals. And you only have to look at the current Labour Party in the UK, the current Democratic Party in the US, and a lot of the Republican Party and Conservatives, to see that their wealth exceeds their income by more than 10 times. It's a very, very good job to have. On paper, the salary doesn't look brilliant, but you only have to look at their bank accounts after a few years in office to find out these people are not what you thought they were. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is an Irish politician has just gone completely nuclear against the Irish government. Ken O'Flynn blasted leaders in Parliament saying, "You blame Trump for everything, but he doesn't run this country. You introduced the carbon tax, you turned the army on the people." He then challenged MPs directly and said, "If any of you have a backbone, vote to collapse this government." The speech is now exploding online as public anger across Ireland continues to grow over taxes, immigration, cost of living and government control. Is this the beginning of a political revolt in Ireland?
Well, it's long overdue, and it's long overdue in every country. It's not just America that is fraudulently stealing money from the people. Ireland is doing the same. The United Kingdom is doing the same. Europe is doing the same. And these people need to be held accountable. I said 5 years ago that every government will fall. I didn't know how. I didn't know why. I didn't know when. Right now, we're watching the complete dismantling of governments around the world. It's very interesting to watch the people, as an example, in the UK, turn their back on Conservative and Labour, but jump into another two-party system. It's time to wake up. You don't need government. You need governance. Because in that swamp of government, it doesn't matter what the party's name is. They're all cheeks of the same backside. It doesn't matter. You can go, "Oh, there's a new party." It's out of the frying pan and into the fire, because it doesn't take 2 minutes to do some research into major players in these new parties to find out, as I've just said, all cheeks of the same backside. That's the nice way of putting it. My next story is very interesting because there's a family that have had control of the weather for many years. That family's name is the Rothschilds, or as you might call them, the Illuminati. These people have controlled the weather for years. Well, those days are over. The last 5 years, 10 years maybe, you've been able to see how they've manipulated the weather, whether it's with chemtrails or whether it's with hurricanes that are specifically targeted at certain parts of the United States. This was all part of their agenda. They've had control over the weather for a long time. Those days are over, and you can thank God for that. There's many people who've suffered huge loss in America because of hurricane this and typhoon this, and those days are coming to an end.
Next up, Belgium police have issued a dire warning to the UK after illegal boat migrant crossings surged across the North Sea. Officials warn many have military training and combat backgrounds, raising major concerns over public safety, border security and national stability. People have warned about this for years, and now even European authorities are sounding the alarm. So the question is, when will the UK finally take decisive action and secure the borders? Come on, Queer Starmer.
Well, this is all part of the exposure, because if you don't need to do that much research to realise that the Davos crew, the Illuminati, the ruling class, the shadow government, this was their agenda. It was all done to destabilise Europe, the UK, the US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. It was all done to destabilise because they wanted to bring in their one world government, new world order, digital currency, central bank control. It was all part of their agenda. And I referred there to Davos crew. Most people know what that means. These people, they meet in certain places. And obviously, Davos in Switzerland is one of them. The Vatican is another place that they meet. Bohemian Grove is another place they meet. Don't take my word for it. Do your research. Another place that they meet is in Belgium, the Chateau de Amelios. This is an old chateau. It's a very, very dark place. It's a place that they take children and let them loose in the woods and then go hunting them. Allegedly. These are the people that call themselves the elite. They're not very elite in my world, I can assure you. Do your own research. Don't take my word for it. We're dealing with people who are truly evil. I've exposed in the last few days that there are people out there that their God is Satan. It's not the God that you and I know, the God of love and compassion, the God of forgiveness, the God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's a different God altogether. It's Satan. The question is, which God are you connected to? Are you connected to the evil side, or are you connected to the good side? You can hide behind the name that I am God's chosen people. But if Satan was your God, you've been chosen by Satan. I'll leave that with you. That was the news.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, May 20th, China. Smart thermostat found connecting to election machines sending vote data to China in the Georgia 2020 election. 29 states were sending their vote data to a server in Frankfurt, Germany, owned by Clarity Elections with ties to China. I've been contacted by numerous county and election workers in voting precincts around the country, and there are unknown Wi-Fi signals in many of our voting locations. There are also hidden Wi-Fi networks that won't show up when you scan for a Wi-Fi signal. White Hats on Telegram. And Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, New Hampshire. New Hampshire Dominion-owned machines removed 6% of votes from each GOP candidate in the 2020 election. The amount of fraud that happened in New Hampshire is massive. You have to hear all these ridiculous statistics and findings. All the fraud was completely ignored by all government bodies, including the courts. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. The storm is upon us with the ferocity of a black swan event that will redefine the fabric of our nation. Martial law is operational. EBS countdown has begun. Prepare. Judy note. The end was drawing near. It's time for patriots to wake up. The people. Even with all of Trump and the global military alliance over 20 years of efforts to arrest and try the bad guys, there remained much to do. There was evidence that the government was still poisoning 200 million Americans daily with toxic fluoride mandated for public drinking water, even after a 2024 federal court ruling against it, verified by 24 Harvard studies and a Trump directive in January that revealed fluoride caused damage to children's IQ. There was also evidence that California's highest leaders were into Satan worship involving pedophilia and child sacrifice. Additionally, there were massive data centers operating and being built by the cabal across the nation, with the main purpose of being processing hubs for human brainwaves in order to do mass surveillance and direct energy targeting of the population. Problem number 1, evidence that California's highest leaders were into the worship of Satan involving pedophilia and child sacrifice. Mel Gibson was preparing to drop bombshell evidence before Congress, naming Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, and the rest of California's most powerful political machine in what he says is the biggest Hollywood scandal in history. And it's on video, he said. Oh, goodness. Gibson says he has the receipts, visitation records, exact dates and locations, photographs and video that he claims expose a long-rumored child trafficking network operating inside elite California political and Hollywood circles. Israel is last. Julian Assange on Telegram. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Obama and Hillary Clinton were a 16-year plan to destroy America. They're high-level puppets in the big picture. Julian Assange on Telegram. They plan in decades. That's how they get people to willingly give up their freedom and support their own downfall. That's how they divide the people and build the army of sheep. That's how they convince people you can change genders. They are doing this to the whole world to implement their one world government and install their one world leader. Trump isn't just up against the deep state in America. He's up against a worldwide network that infiltrated America 155 years ago. This is an unconventional war to free the world from the cabal control. It's bigger than just arresting the names we all want to see. It's about dismantling the old system of control piece by piece and replacing the pieces without crushing it. There are crimes without a statute of limitations and crimes that have not ended. Everything has to go through the process. That's why you saw investigations first, and now indictments are starting to roll out. On the world stage, Trump is hitting cartels and a terrorist regime that extorts ships for using a free shipping lane and murders the Iranian people that don't fall in line. I know the Israel-only crowd is going to hit the comments talking about how Trump is controlled by Israel. If you want to listen to that, it's on you. I do want to point out something though. The Black Pillars talk about the Rothschilds' link to Israel, but they don't talk about London or Switzerland. When people want you to zoom in on one part of the map, you should zoom out and look at the whole thing. Even in checkers, you don't focus on one piece. Wednesday, May 20th, breaking. The deep state crackdown begins. Mass arrests and secret tribunals underway. Gitmo now on Telegram. The storm has arrived. High-profile arrests are flooding Gitmo. Deep state operatives are being rounded up, and the world is on the brink of an unprecedented purge. This is bigger than anything before. Secret military tribunals are running at full force, and the list of names will shake the world. For years, whispers of military tribunals and deep state arrests were dismissed as conspiracy theories. But now Gitmo is overflowing, and new detention centers are popping up worldwide. Honduras, Spain's Santa Cruz Islands, Antarctica's hidden military base, all filling with traitors who once ruled from the shadows. U.S. military takes control. The Supreme Court has been bypassed. The Insurrection Act has been activated, and secret trials are happening under military jurisdiction. Justice is no longer delayed. It is here. Gitmo alone is at full capacity, forcing military forces to relocate thousands of deep state operatives to offshore black sites. High-level names are being interrogated. Deals are being made. Some won't make it out alive. Mass tribunals. Who's next? The Biden regime's handlers are panicking as military operations accelerate. Convicted traitors are facing swift sentences. Executions have begun. The list of those already sentenced will leave you in shock. Names like Comey, Brennan, and Gates are only the beginning. The dominoes falling fast. Gitmo overloaded with new arrests. Antarctica, a frozen prison for elite traitors. Fort Worth in Puerto Rico, secret holding sites for domestic conspirators. Emergency broadcast incoming. Be ready. The next phase is about to go public. The global deep state is in freefall. Their network is collapsing faster than anyone predicted. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. They never thought she would lose. They never thought we'd fight back. Global currency reset, Tuesday, May 19th. Bruce, the big call. We will have new rates on redemption center screens on May 20th, 2026. Exchanges for Tier 4B will begin Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 20th, 21st, 22nd of May, 2026. SIM holders are sovereigns and will be notified first and will be able to redeem first. Call centers are AI and will give you the number to call to talk to a person at a redemption center to obtain your appointment. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, breaking economic news. Trump's new American monetary system sparks massive debate over gold, XRP, stablecoins, and the future of the U.S. dollar. Wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Julian Assange. Ukraine wasn't the first money laundering operation. Elites used Afghanistan and many other wars they started to steal our tax dollars too. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries through Afghanistan, and back into the hands of a transnational security only. The goal is to have an endless war, not to be successful. To keep wars going, to keep laundering our tax dollars. That's why the military-industrial complex is fighting President Trump at every turn. What we think we know is of Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Wednesday, May 30th, Trump was just briefed on the circle of death. The plan was to draw a kill zone around Iran's nuclear material. Anyone who enters gets erased. POTUS says a very major attack has been planned. Generals say we're on the cusp of more bombs. President Trump has notified the Pentagon to be on alert. Bombing could come on a moment's notice. So he is playing a lot of games with the Iran because he doesn't want them to know when he's coming, and he wants to confuse the enemy. And so that's why he's saying he's going to bomb, and then he doesn't, and then he says he's going to. He's totally confusing the enemy. Wednesday, May 20th, investigation finds groceries have risen 50% to 55% on average since 2020. A basket full of groceries, including items such as eggs, butter, and bread, was about $46.95 in 2020. However, now we estimate it to cost $73.07. Nassar Jassara activated on Telegram. I would imagine we'd have inflation until the new Treasury note is released. Because they're printing the old system is because they have to. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Hillary Clinton may finally face prison. Trump orders full declassification. President Trump has just ordered the immediate release of all FBI files related to Crossfire Hurricane, the infamous Russian collusion investigation. This means that John Durham's report confirms. In August 2016, then CIA Director John Brennan briefed Obama and Biden on Clinton's plan to falsify linked Trump to Russia. They knew, they approved, they watched it unfold. Hillary Clinton's campaign engineered the biggest political hoax in American history. the weaponization of intelligence agencies, the corruption of the FBI and DOJ, a conspiracy to undermine a sitting U.S. president, now exposed in black and white. Tulsi Gabbard is one of my favorite picks Trump has made. She has delivered, and she delivered again here with this powerful message. Mel Gibson on Telegram. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Fox News, just in. RNC Chair Joe Gruters announces 130 lawsuits across 32 states to block Democrats from cheating in the elections, and more are coming. President Trump has also said he's sending out an army of election lawyers to stop the steal. Pair it with the Save America Act and the rigging will stop. Well, let's hope so. Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, Fox News. Spying scandal erupts. CIA accused of taking back 40 boxes of JFK and MKUltra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing for declassification. CIA whistleblower claims the agency took back 40 boxes of JFK and MKUltra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing. The whistleblower also alleges the CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage. Breaking special report, May 20th. Marco Rubio declares war on Cuba's communist elite. An explosive Spanish language address, AMG News. Wednesday, May 20th. Boom, the new world shift. JD Vance. Europe can defend itself. Trump's Poland troop strategy sparks NATO firestorm. Video, AMG News. And Wednesday, May 20th, boom, special report. Florida moves to ban geoengineering. Chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 21st of May, 2026. And another day, another story. The exposure is going on. Everything is becoming clearer. The light is exposing the darkness. In America, along with Donald Trump, Senator Johnny Ernst has exposed that the US federal government has been losing $1.4 billion per day through fraud. These are the people who represent you. These are the people that you pay your taxes to fund. And yet $1.4 billion per day is going missing fraudulently. Now you start to understand why the whole system needs to be taken down and changed. Because there you are, working your backsides off to pay your taxes. And they're stealing it. They are fraudulently stealing it to the tune of 1.4 billion a day. And of course, the money that they steal, you have to pay back. But those days are over. The days of exposure are coming. And they couldn't come too soon, because it's costing you a lot of money to keep your mouth shut. If you sit and do nothing, you'll have to pay up and be happy. Or you can do like I've done. You can stand up against these criminals. You go, but they're senators. And they sit in government. Most of them, not all of them, most of them are criminals. And you only have to look at the current Labour Party in the UK, the current Democratic Party in the US, and a lot of the Republican Party and Conservatives, to see that their wealth exceeds their income by more than 10 times. It's a very, very good job to have. On paper, the salary doesn't look brilliant, but you only have to look at their bank accounts after a few years in office to find out these people are not what you thought they were. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is an Irish politician has just gone completely nuclear against the Irish government. Ken O'Flynn blasted leaders in Parliament saying, "You blame Trump for everything, but he doesn't run this country. You introduced the carbon tax, you turned the army on the people." He then challenged MPs directly and said, if any of you have a backbone, vote to collapse this government. The speech is now exploding online as public anger across Ireland continues to grow over taxes, immigration, cost of living and government control. Is this the beginning of a political revolt in Ireland?
Well, it's long overdue, and it's long overdue in every country. It's not just America that is fraudulently stealing money from the people. Ireland is doing the same. The United Kingdom is doing the same. Europe is doing the same. And these people need to be held accountable. I said 5 years ago that every government will fall. I didn't know how. I didn't know why. I didn't know when. Right now, we're watching the complete dismantling of governments around the world. It's very interesting to watch the people, as an example, in the UK, turn their back on Conservative and Labour, but jump into another two-party system. It's time to wake up. You don't need government. You need governance. Because in that swamp of government, it doesn't matter what the party's name is. They're all cheeks of the same backside. It doesn't matter. You can go, oh, there's a new party. It's out of the frying pan and into the fire, because it doesn't take 2 minutes to do some research into major players in these new parties to find out, as I've just said, all cheeks of the same backside. That's the nice way of putting it. My next story is very interesting because there's a family that have had control of the weather for many years. That family's name is the Rothschilds, or as you might call them, the Illuminati. These people have controlled the weather for years. Well, those days are over. The last 5 years, 10 years maybe, you've been able to see how they've manipulated the weather, whether it's with chemtrails or whether it's with hurricanes that are specifically targeted at certain parts of the United States. This was all part of their agenda. They've had control over the weather for a long time. Those days are over, and you can thank God for that. There's many people who've suffered huge loss in America because of hurricane this and typhoon this, and those days are coming to an end.
Next up, Belgium police have issued a dire warning to the UK after illegal boat migrant crossings surged across the North Sea. Officials warn many have military training and combat backgrounds, raising major concerns over public safety, border security and national stability. People have warned about this for years, and now even European authorities are sounding the alarm. So the question is, when will the UK finally take decisive action and secure the borders? Come on, Keir Starmer.
Well, this is all part of the exposure, because if you don't need to do that much research to realise that the Davos crew, the Illuminati, the ruling class, the shadow government, this was their agenda. It was all done to destabilise Europe, the UK, the US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. It was all done to destabilise because they wanted to bring in their one world government, new world order, digital currency, central bank control. It was all part of their agenda. And I referred there to Davos crew. Most people know what that means. These people, they meet in certain places. And obviously, Davos in Switzerland is one of them. The Vatican is another place that they meet. Bohemian Grove is another place they meet. Don't take my word for it. Do your research. Another place that they meet is in Belgium, the Chateau de Amelios. This is an old chateau. it's a very, very dark place. It's a place that they take children and let them loose in the woods and then go hunting them.
Allegedly.
These are the people that call themselves the elite. They're not very elite in my world, I can assure you. Do your own research. Don't take my word for it. We're dealing with people who are truly evil. I've exposed in the last few days that there are people out there that their God is Satan. It's not the God that you and I know, the God of love and compassion, the God of forgiveness, the God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's a different God altogether. It's Satan. The question is, which God are you connected to? Are you connected to the evil side, or are you connected to the good side? You can hide behind the name that I am God's chosen people. But if Satan was your God, you've been chosen by Satan. I'll leave that with you. That was the news.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, May 20th, China. Smart thermostat found connecting to election machines sending vote data to China in the Georgia 2020 election. 29 states were sending their vote data to a server in Frankfurt, Germany, owned by Clarity Elections with ties to China. I've been contacted by numerous county and election workers in voting precincts around the country, and there are unknown Wi-Fi signals in many of our voting locations. There are also hidden Wi-Fi networks that won't show up when you scan for a Wi-Fi signal. White hats on Telegram. And Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, New Hampshire. New Hampshire Dominion-owned machines removed 6% of votes from each GOP candidate in the 2020 election. The amount of fraud that happened in New Hampshire is massive. You have to hear all these ridiculous statistics and findings. All the fraud was completely ignored by all government bodies, including the courts. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram.
The Committee of 300 and the Illuminati Bloodlines. The British Empire established the Committee of 300, an international council which determines the political, economical, banking, media, and the military policy for centralized global efforts. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The committee is part of the Round Table Group and is superior to groups such as the Club of Rome and the Trilateral Commission. The Committee of 300 allegedly evolved out of the British East India Company, which was established in 1727 by the British aristocracy. This group called themselves the Olympians, named after the 12 highest-ranking gods of Greek mythology.
Just showed up in China with 30 Rockefeller employees, the whole, Fortune 500 dancing troupe on a begging mission. And you can tell it's a fake Trump because if you look at this little video here, you see him sitting next to Marco Rubio, who's 5'9", and the White House says Trump is 6 foot. So there you have it. We've been in touch with the Chinese about this visit, and there's something very, very bizarre going on. Now, first of all, the Chinese told me that Trump and these people were offering Japanese money to invest in China. And just as this happened, this week, Japan's 3 biggest banks, Mizuho, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo, have had all their accounts frozen. And I'm a victim. I have $2,000 in a Sumitomo account I can't access, which I'm supposed to use to pay bills, right across the country. That's $3.7 trillion that was stolen. And the official cover story being put out is that they're shutting down for a system revamp using Anthropic AI's Cloud Mythos or something to improve security. But the fact is, they didn't announce it, they didn't warn anybody, and they shut all the bank accounts in the 3 biggest banks in Japan. And the Chinese are telling me this money is being offered to China. So that's the kind of people we're dealing with. The Chinese told me that while the Americans were there to talk business, the Chinese said that they were telling them that they had to stop all the Israeli attacks in Gaza and in Lebanon, and they had to stop, all these wars, and that's what they wanted to talk about. The other thing is, the Chinese told me, the Asian Secret Society told me that there's no worry about Taiwan because Taiwan and China are already under the control of the same secret society. So they're already reunited, and so it's not an issue. This is what the Chinese told me. But clearly what we've told the Chinese and what we recommend is that we need to bankrupt the U.S. corporate government. We need to bankrupt the Rockefellers. We need to nationalize those corporations and return them to the American people because all that ownership was used through central bank fraud, money created out of nothing, and it has to end. And it's getting really, really bad. I mean, the CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's, basically trying to prevent the American people from knowing that it was Israel and that killed President Kennedy, and that MK Ultra and other things, and God knows what else. They're trying to cover it up, but it's just not going to happen. And the other thing I found out, I asked my U.S. military contacts in Asia, and they told me that the U.S. military did not accompany the fake trip of Trump on his trip to China. So they're trying to pull the plug on him. But what we really need to see is we need to see military police go in and grab that whole fake show in Mar-a-Lago or whatever, arrest them in front of the cameras, and then they need to occupy the corporate media companies and the AI companies and force them to start reporting the truth. And a good place to start is the hantavirus hoax that they're trying to pull now. Take a look at these clips of the Hanta hoax. So you can see it is just acting, reality TV acting, but there's a very evil purpose behind this. And amazingly, this was told in the X-Files. Take a look at this clip from the X-Files. So these goons, these criminals who seized the U.S. government, are using actors to pretend that there's a crisis so that they can install dictatorship. I mean, they are literally fearing for their lives. Children on an industrial scale. This is Chabad. This is the cult that Trump, the fake Trump, belongs to, that has openly said they want to kill 90% of us and enslave the rest. And they are the ones that we need to fight and we need to remove from power. Now, I know the Canadians now and the Europeans have broken with this group, and the Habsburgs and the European royals are now with the Asians and the rest of the world to try to get rid of this horrific regime that controls Israel and the United States. And, it's an international crime syndicate. They've got tentacles in Ukraine, Argentina, the United States, and Israel. Now, the Israeli citizens are in revolt. They're not they're refusing to join the army. That state is collapsing in real time. And the United States, I mean, the insider trading is an example of just how they're giving us the finger. They're saying, we don't care. And Trump himself said, I don't care about the American financial situation. All I care about is Iran not getting nukes, so that I don't go to jail. And we really, really need to have the military white hats come in, send in the military police, and arrest these goons. And as I've said before, the Dragon family is standing by with gold-backed money that they can use to eliminate all U.S. debt, public and private, and start rebuilding the U.S. economy. And we've also promised to turn the U.S. into a normal country that has normal relations with its neighbors, not a country that engages in terrorism and war around the world. In other words, the whole world says enough is enough. We want to end the rogue Israeli regime and their American colony. We need to arrest all those Epstein people, all the congressmen and senators who don't work for the United States or the American people. They all need to go to jail. So it's very frustrating to see this show still going on. But I'm glad to see the military didn't go with Trump to China, and I'm pretty sure the Chinese are not going to finance this horror show any longer. So hopefully it'll end soon, but every one of us needs to do what we can to finish this off because these people are vicious. And think about it, you know, in recent years, and this is because of all these military-age single men brought in from the third world, and people are literally taking action, direct action now. Take a look at this clip of the Dutch burning a asylum center for these foreign criminals. People are really angry. The leaders who work for the Rockefellers, that includes Friedrich Merz in Germany, is the most unpopular president in German history. Keir Starmer, the most unpopular PM. The fake Trump is not supported by 72% of Americans. Macron, they're all widely hated, and we really, really need to remove them. I'll continue lobbying everybody I know to take action, but we need the military police at this point. Nothing else is going to do it. I mean, when you have the CIA raiding the Office of the Director of National Intelligence against presidential orders, this is a declaration of war, and war means we have to, go in and physically remove these people. They're not going to go quietly into the night, that's for sure. But the whole world is ready to remove them, and it's well overdue. I'm hoping it'll happen soon, and everybody listening to this needs to do what they personally can to make sure this horror show ends, and we can actually have a government for the people of Europe that actually is friendly to the rest of the world and works to make the life of the common people better, which is what the government is supposed to do, and enslave us. So let's make it happen. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today, which you've already partly answered in the beginning of this video. What are your thoughts on Trump visiting China right now? It says, I personally believe the world's two largest superpowers working together could do some really great things for humanity. And I also appreciate how China seems to be relatively uncorrupt in their government compared to adjacent nations. Do you think that the United States and China does have the potential to work together to increase the rate of human expansion?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the official Chinese readouts of the meeting, they're saying, let's work together, let's prosper together, let's work to make the world better. But they're also saying you need to back this up with action and not just words. And I know from my Chinese sources, right up to Xi Jinping, that they insist that they have to stop all the terror and war as a condition. But yeah, I mean, the Chinese look at the United States from a long-term perspective, and this meeting was about the United States, not about the Trump regime. And they've extended a hand of friendship, and I've been told they're willing to write off all the debt. All they're asking for is an end to the antisocial behavior. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Says, so you answered my question last week about your favoring Carney, but I see that this is all based on Trump being another person in the current moment, attacking Iran, licking Netanyahu's feet, etc., and doing the bidding of the cabal. But what if you're wrong about this? Have you noticed that you seem to be the only person who's saying the white hats want a jubilee and all the debt gone, criminals in jail, start of a new slate? I haven't found anybody else saying that but you. The Chinese have their own interests to think about before being the altruistic shining beacon of hope and giving gold to the rest of the world. And they still have their own interests to ensure we would never talk about it, as if they were allowing us to have secret agendas because they hold the gold. What if you are wrong and Trump is actually destroying Iran and Israel on purpose? And what if he's playing the lunatic while he knows exactly why? Otherwise, Israel would not have taken him seriously had he not attacked Iran.
Well, first of all, about the gold and the Jubilee and all that, I have direct sources. For example, I talked to the actual Dragon family, which is the group of Asian royal families. I've flown to meet these people. I've got documents to prove it. And I also talked directly to the Hongmen, who are the 55 million member Asian secret society that includes Xi Jinping. And so I get my information straight from the source. I'm not scouring the internet. That's why if I don't get information that nobody else has, then I'm not doing my job, because I'm a reporter. I'm supposed to get news from the real world, not regurgitate secondhand stuff. So everything I hear is directly from the sources, including the British royals, the Spanish royals, Habsburgs. I talk to all these people. That's where I get my information from. Now, as for Trump deliberately acting to cause chaos, there may be something to that, because it's so way over the top. It's like he's trying to blow it up from the inside, it almost seems. However, British intelligence say that's not the case. They say that he has late whatever. I mean, the whole show has to end, and then the whole world has to see it end. That's for sure. And you can believe me when you see it actually happen. In the meantime, just think of me as a source of information and compare it to other sources and make your own judgment. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Trump started the war with Iran, and now we can't get Middle Eastern oil, and he's also making enemies of Canada now, so I'm concerned we may not get oil from Canada in the future. Our price at the gas pump is way up with what he's doing, and it seems like it'll continue to increase as he continues to do what he's doing. Do you think he actually cares about the people paying such high prices for gas at the pump or commodities in general? Is there much of a chance that our gas prices will go back down, or any chance at all that our commodities such as food go back down at all?
They'll go back down immediately as soon as the terrorist regime using the fake Trump is removed. I mean, what's happening is the American people are being held hostage by these criminals, and the people of the world are trying to liberate the American people from satanic rule. And as soon as that happens, as soon as you march into Mar-a-Lago and arrest all these clowns, and as soon as you remove all the clowns from Congress who are working for Israel, then your gas prices will go down immediately, because the boycott will end. It's up to the American people to overthrow these criminals who seized your government. And as far as Mark Carney is concerned, I just, listened to him come back from the meeting in Europe with all the European countries except the United States, where he said we're going to persecute war criminals, and that I support. The rest, what he's doing to Canada, I'm not involved with that. I'm just looking at the fact that he's trying to get the world to prosecute these war criminals, and that part of what he says is what I support. The rest, I don't. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you perceive the real Trump, as we call him, to be an intelligent individual? What were your thoughts on him before his presidency? I liked the real Trump that I thought was the real Trump during his days in office. I don't like exactly how he says the things that he does, but I do like that he says them in his own way. But to me, his lack of diverse vocabulary during public speeches makes me a little bit embarrassed for our country. Doesn't seem to be a very articulate man. What are your thoughts?
Well, the real Trump, who disappeared in June of 2025, was someone I supported and respected. And he wasn't trying to start a war with Iran, and that's why he was removed, because the Chabad cult wanted to start their Armageddon. And so, you have to realize that there are different groups with completely different agendas, each having their own Trump. And unfortunately, the White Hats lost their Trump. I've been told by my U.S. Space Force contact they're going to try to bring them back. Maybe they'll find them, or maybe they'll bring in a new avatar, but whatever. As long as the policies, change and the lunacy ends, then great. But, I at this point, I think we should move on from the Trump avatar and, try to get real leadership. Again, we need an American-style Vladimir Putin to really drain the swamp. And I don't know who that would be, but we're hoping someone like Representative Massey will step in and do what needs to be done. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. There's so much going on right now in the geopolitical scene. Where do you see this realistically heading? I'm all for sunshine and rainbows, but at this point, I don't think that's the way that it's going. I believe that we are building up to a climax here, possibly a biblical one. And if the devil and his demons exist, then so must God and his angels. I think that we may just be born in the era towards the end of that biblical timeline. What are your thoughts?
Well, certainly the United States is headed for collapse, a Soviet Union style collapse, and that's going to cause hardship at first until, new leadership steps in and starts cleaning things up. And there's also an argument to be made that, something fundamental is happening with monotheism, and that their whole several thousand year plan to put the entire planet under the dictatorship of a single individual is collapsing, and instead we're going to have a global village and not a single God King as the end. So in that case, the long-term goal of monotheism has failed, and humanity is going to head for a multipolar, friendly village type model instead of a single Roman-style God King or Pharaoh-type model of leadership. So in that sense, you can say it's biblical and that monotheism may be coming to
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, evidently between 2009 and 2018 China, Russia and America worked together to build a city that doesn't exist on any map, that is electronically, thermally invisible and electromagnetically silent. Presently 2 million people live in Western China in skyscrapers with transit systems, detectable by Western surveillance, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. It has free energy, no financial system based on debt, no surveillance grid and no pharmaceutical dependency. The city operates on technology that doesn't exist in any public market, magnetic levitation transit with no visible track, buildings with no external power connections, self-sustaining through an energy source that produces no emissions and requires no fuel delivery. It has communication systems that emit no detectable radio frequency. Why? Because when the old world collapses, financial system resets and DBS activates, the transition was expected to create temporary chaos. At that point we need to understand how our new world operates, have every problem worked out before 8 billion people make the switch. We are almost there. The privately owned by Satan-worshipping cabal deep state bankers IRS is gone and their Federal Reserve has been absorbed into the people-owned U.S. Treasury. The once fiat dollar is backed by gold. Big Pharma is being held accountable with massive legal consequences. The oil monopoly is being dismantled. The healthcare system will actually heal using light and sound frequencies, not pills. Constitutional common law is returning to America. A form of that constitutional common law will be set up in all nations participating in the global currency reset. No nation could be at war if they wanted to be part of the new gold/asset-backed global financial system. The Chinese Communist Party has officially collapsed. America and peoples of the world were becoming sovereign, free and governed by we the people. The Great Awakening is here. This was not the new world order that the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state cabal had long planned. Deep State King Charles, perhaps clone Charles, recently announced digital ID, a money system of the mark of the beast backed by gold, but the deep state keeps the gold in a total enslavement of the people. EBS tonight, bye-bye deep state, good riddance. Government digital ID is the final chain in their dystopian master plan. Total surveillance, social credit scoring, and locking you out of society if you dare question the narrative. You only represent a barcode with movements tracked, thoughts flagged. The globalist system that wants you owning nothing in their digital prison where they have control over your ability to buy food, travel and even breath. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. The Obama administration used a powerful CIA/NSA surveillance program originally built in 2003 to hunt terrorists overseas, but then used it to spy on American citizens, and later expanded the software to alter election outcomes. Just weeks after Obama took office in 2009, the program called the Hammer, HAMR, was illegally shifted to a secret CIA facility in Fort Washington, Maryland, and turned against American citizens for domestic spying, violating the Constitution. Obama, Joe Biden, John Brennan, and James Clapper were directly involved in the illegal operation. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Tesla Free Energy, capturing the magnetic forces of the Earth, discovered in the early 1900s by Nikola Tesla and secret reverse-engineered alien technology, have been suppressed by the deep state to raise energy prices and keep the people dependent on them for a man-made scarcity of oil and natural gas. 2s. May 19, 2026. Elon Musk just had an AI lawsuit dismissed over a technicality. Musk warned the world that Altman and crew are turning OpenAI into a closed, profit-driven, woke-controlled machine, and now the courts let them skate on a paperwork timing issue. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, C2s. May 19, 2026. The storm is upon U.S. patriots, martial law on Telegram. Within the next 48 hours the 7 trumpets will sound on every phone, tablet, and device on Earth. Temporary martial law is now live, white hats in full control. 10 days of communication darkness incoming. Internet down. Banks offline. But fear not. Military Starlink caps already deployed for secure emergency contact. Over 50,000 deep state traitors already loaded into convoys headed straight to Gitmo's new expansion wings. On 2s. May 19, 2026. White Hat sources under President Trump released the updated MedBed's global activation schedule, accelerating beyond all expectations. On 2s. May 19, 2026. 48-hour blackout allows safe Jazara deployment and MedBed integration with gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Patriots stock essentials as banks transition to QFS. Fiat dies. Starlink secures all. At 4:17 UTC, military tracking channels detected the first escorted convoy entering a secured corridor east of the Strait of Hormuz. The cargo vessels carried classified bullion reserves that overnight had been approved for movement between U.S. Central Command and Allied regional forces. In a blackout, the convoy advanced nearly 90 nautical miles through the silent corridor, while multiple banks across Europe and Asia received compliance alerts, with liquidity set to begin once the reserves officially reached U.S. control. 2s. May 26, 2026. Trump Epic Independence event unveils QFS and full MedBed integration. Tribunals begin for suppressors. Great Awakening completes in glory. The final sequence activates. 48-hour blackout countdown to Thursday 28th of May. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, Starlink remote sessions heal the world. GCR Wealth funds projects for generations. Nothing can stop what is coming. On Thursday, May 28, 2026. Final darkness lifts with victory celebrations. MedBeds symbolize the Great Awakening. Trust the plan. God wins. WWG1 as humanity enters the Golden Age. Monday 1st of June or Wednesday June 3rd 2026, EBS override ready. Stay home order incoming. Sunday July 19, 2026, the same day as the FIFA World Cup final, Michael Jackson will return, but been in the Victim Witness Protection Program. Global Currency Reset, E2s. May 19, 2026. Bruce, the big call. ZIM holders will likely be the only ones in the currency exchanges who will have to sign an NDA. It could be anywhere from 30-day to 120-day NDA. At your exchange you have to show proof of where you live, a photo ID and organized currency. Official emails to set your exchange appointments have not yet gone out. 17,500 emails went out to people about redemption centers, exchanges etc. and was bogus. They have arrested the person who sent them out. On Wednesday afternoon, May 20, 2026, we will have new rates on redemption center screens. Exchanges for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, will begin Thursday and Friday 20, 21, 22nd of May 2026. ZIM holders are sovereigns and will be notified first and will be able to redeem first. It is possible for ZIM holders to receive their notifications to exchange by Wednesday, May 20, 2026. Call centers are AI and will give you the number to call to talk to a person at a redemption center to obtain your appointment. Physical and financial freedom came to Iran today. 19th of May. The Iranian rial is trading on the Forex. G2s. May 19, 2026 update. Phase 2 active /gold convoy /QFS transition. The ships have started moving. Mr. Poole on Telegram. At 4:17 UTC, military tracking channels detected the first escorted convoy entering the secured corridor east of the Strait of Hormuz. No mainstream outlet reported it. But satellite watchers noticed something unusual immediately. Every commercial vessel in the convoy was surrounded by layered naval protection unlike anything seen in civilian shipping operations before. Destroyers ahead. Submarines below. Air surveillance above. This is no ordinary transport mission. Sources connected to Gulf port authorities claim the cargo vessels carrying the classified bullion reserves were finally cleared for movement after an emergency security protocol was approved overnight between U.S. Central Command and Allied regional forces. Then came the blackout. For exactly 11 minutes, multiple maritime tracking systems experienced synchronized signal interruptions across the Hormuz region. Public vessel data disappeared. Radar feeds froze. Independent observers lost visual positioning. When the systems returned online, the convoy had advanced nearly 90 nautical miles. Military analysts are calling it the silent corridor. The gold reserves aboard those ships were linked to the activation phase of a parallel settlement infrastructure designed to bypass the collapsing debt-based global banking system. Now the bigger question begins: why would the United States deploy this level of protection for civilian cargo unless the shipment itself was tied to something far beyond oil? This is where the story changes completely. Insiders now claim the gold reserves aboard those ships are linked to the activation phase of a parallel settlement infrastructure designed to bypass the collapsing debt-based global banking system. Not future plans. Not theory. Activation phase. Multiple banking insiders across Europe and Asia have reportedly received restricted compliance alerts connected to liquidity restructuring protocols set to begin once the reserves officially reach U.S. control. Meanwhile, unusual activity is exploding across financial networks. Emergency meetings between central banks, sudden liquidity freezes in smaller institutions, quiet transfer delays appearing across international wires. High volume movement into physical assets and commodities. None of this is random. The old system is under pressure. The transition phase has already started. And while the public is distracted with headlines about oil and regional conflict, something much bigger is happening underneath the surface. The deep state used these samples to build weapons meant to wipe out Russian and Chinese civilizations. This conflict is about national security, not just territory. Tier 4B ISO 20022. J2s. May 19, 2026 Update on Israeli crimes. Mazen Kumsieh. The Israeli crimes against humanity continue. Since declaring ceasefire in Lebanon and the Gaza ghetto/concentration camp, over 1,500 civilians were murdered by the Israeli apartheid regime. The regime's navy also just pirated 22 additional ships, total 41 ships, 10 still sailing, in international waters. Total peace activists kidnapped 337 c. The Western Zionist-dominated media and governments are silent on these continuing crimes against humanity and on political dramatic changes that will impact cost of living in their pockets. Even our own Palestinian supposed leaders and media say and do very little, if not outright shield people from facts. The same Western governments that supported genocide pressured the Palestinian Authority to have elections, but on Israeli terms. You will not be allowed to run for elections if you support full equality, or a secular democratic state. Only if you support the Oslo surrender agreements and perhaps a fictional two-state, which Israel does not accept, will you be allowed to run. These same governments also formally say they are against corruption but know clearly that corruption runs deep in their own circle, in the apartheid system, and in the existing Palestinian leadership and body politics. I have been compiling a book on the subject to be published after I am gone. Yet, what is remarkable is the proliferation of good people willing to act on their conviction. From the Samud flotilla to hundreds of millions of people of good faith who took to the streets to commemorate the ongoing Nakba, Palestine will live. In other good news, the ICC prosecutor seeks warrants for Ben-Gvir, Smotrich and other Israeli officials. Israeli military outposts in Iraqi desert exposed. Chinese and Russian and other BRICS leaders have already built a new world order to replace the horrific order led by U.S. imperialism, itself led by the Zionist lobbies. Mazen Kumsieh, a Bedouin in cyberspace, a villager at home. Professor, founder, and volunteer, Director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. K2s. May 19, 2026, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE were the nations Trump visited May 13 to 16, 2025, and he was treated like a king, Karen Levitt on Telegram. A month later, June 21 to 22, 2025, Trump unleashed Midnight Hammer on Iran. Now Trump says these nations are helping to finalize the deal. Decisions have already been made behind closed doors. The Middle East, and most of the Muslim world, all sided with Trump, and agreed the radical Shia regime in Iran had to go, and under no circumstances can they obtain a nuclear weapon. Trump had the entire board secure before any kinetic operations began. The rest of the world turned on the illegitimate regime in Iran, and our military is the only force on earth capable of doing what needed to be done. I'll save the children twos. May 19, 2026, breaking FBI alert, Operation Restore Justice and Operation Grey Skull unleash massive nationwide war against child predators. You harm our children, we will hunt you down twos. M2s. May 19, 2026 holy crap. Representative Tim Burchett just dropped straight fire, they sell kids to get our ped, people say, you don't want to hang these people. The hell I don't. Bring them out to the farm, and we'll take care of them. I am not kidding you, the final red pill on Telegram. We've got to start taking this stuff serious in this country, folks. The way the left and I guess we all are guilty of it. We try to sanitize it so it doesn't affect our psyche or our conscience, but the stuff's going on right now. It's going on in your community. We need to pay attention and we need to start enforcing our dadgum laws and quit electing these gutless wimps and putting these judges in that let these people walk and quit with all the being able to get out of these things and they get probation and all this other stuff. All they're going to do is offend again. And the people that are buying these kids to RP are just as guilty or worse than the others. End them all. That's what we've got to do. What we think we know as of Wednesday, May 20, 2026 :2s. May 19, 2026 Fox News on fraudulent elections, Dominion voting systems was rejected 3x by data communications experts from the Texas Secretary of State and Attorney General's office for failing to meet basic security standards. Ask yourself why some states would still use Dominion after other states rejected it and clearly pointed out its security flaws and backdoors. Add the fact that Dominion is connected to Soros, China, Serbia, Venezuela, and the Clinton Foundation, and you have a recipe for fraud. 2s. May 19, 2026 GMO ticks and mosquitoes have been caught on video raining down from the sky across the United States. Government whistleblowers, top scientists and others are now documenting the fact that this is part of a larger, Bill Gates-backed human engineering program. Bottom line, this constitutes a violation of medical informed consent under the Nuremberg Code and is punishable by death. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026 we conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. Allied Security Dominion Audit, The Schiff on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026, bombshell, Ron DeSantis declares war on rich snowbirds, Airbnb empires and foreign luxury buyers. Property tax relief is for Floridians, May 19, 2026. 2s. May 19, 2026, breaking special report, Trump's real China victory is triggering global panic, Xi opens the secret garden, Putin stands next, Carney's empire collapses, and London is screaming. 2s. May 19, 2026, breaking intel drop, Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. 2s. May 19, 2026, 1942 NWO map exposed. The map shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada as part of the United States of America. 2s. May 19, 2026 breaking, Julian Assange just dropped the ultimate bomb. Trump's UFO files are only the beginning. Julian Assange on Telegram. Shocking truth exposed. While Trump orders the Pentagon to release alien files that look suspiciously edited. WikiLeaks has the real unredacted documents that prove the government has been hiding extraterrestrial contact for decades. What Assange knows will destroy everything you thought about 2026 politics, the real reason behind the skyrocketing gas prices and inflation. Not just energy issues, it's tied to secret reverse-engineered alien tech being suppressed by the deep state to keep you broke and dependent. Trump's transparency on UFOs. A controlled distraction while the elite panic over what WikiLeaks is about to leak next, full communications with non-human intelligence that could flip the midterms upside down. Hidden pacts, crashed crafts, and cover-ups involving both parties that make the old Epstein lists look like child's play. Julian Assange didn't risk everything just to hand you redacted photos. He has the receipts, the names, the alien agenda that's been running Washington for 70-plus years. P2s. May 19, 2026 Rothschild. 2 weeks ago, French financial police entered the Paris offices of Edmond de Rothschild Bank. They carried out a full search. Servers seized. Files removed. Staff questioned. The reason, Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The Epstein files released by the DOJ contain 67,000 mentions of Paris. A $3 million apartment on Avenue Foch. A network of accounts. Wire transfers to names that were never supposed to surface. Ariane de Rothschild, chairwoman of the bank, is now directly linked to $25 million in transactions flagged by investigators. The Wall Street Journal ran the headline last month, "The Rothschild Dynasty Survived Wars and Crises. Will the Epstein Files Tear IT Apart?" That's not a conspiracy blog. That's the Wall Street Journal. France and Norway launched a joint investigation. A UN diplomat has been named. 10 new victims came forward in the last 2 weeks alone. This family has controlled European banking for over 200 years. They financed wars. They owned central banks. They moved governments like chess pieces. They were untouchable. They survived Napoleon. They survived 2 world wars. They survived every revolution in Europe for 2 centuries. They will not survive this. The files are out. The servers are seized. The victims are talking. And this is only France. Wait until you see what's in the London files. Q2s. May 19, 2026 China just revealed a city that doesn't exist on any map. Population, 2 million, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Satellite imagery from May 1 shows a fully operational metropolis in western China, 140 kilometers from the nearest known settlement. Skyscrapers. Transit systems, all functional. All populated. It doesn't appear on any map. China didn't build it alone. The architectural signatures match designs found in Russian classified patents and American DoD research from the 1990s. 3 nations. 1 project. Hidden in plain sight in a desert that satellites were programmed to show as empty. Why? Because when the old world collapses, when the financial system resets, when the EBS activates, when the transition creates temporary chaos, someone needs to already be living in the new world. Testing it. Proving it works. Working out every problem before 8 billion people make the switch. Project isn't a Chinese military base. It's a prototype. A functioning model of post-reset civilization. Free energy. No financial system based on debt. No surveillance grid. No pharmaceutical dependency. Intelligence sources confirm it was built between 2009 and 2018. 9 years of construction. 2 million residents relocated. An entire civilization assembled in secret while the world watched China build islands in the South China Sea as a distraction. The city operates on technology that doesn't exist in any public market. Magnetic levitation transit with no visible track. Buildings with no external power connections, self-sustaining through an energy source that produces no emissions and requires no fuel delivery. Communication systems that emit no detectable radio frequency. A city that is electronically invisible. Thermally invisible. Electromagnetically silent. 2 million people living in a place that produces no signal detectable by Western surveillance. The 4-second broadcast wasn't an accident. It was a signal. To the people watching. To the alliance. To the world. The new world isn't being planned. It's already built. It's already populated. It's already working. You're not waiting for the future. The future has been running for 8 years. You just weren't invited yet. That invitation is coming. Code. Mandate Heaven/Ghost City, 2M population/prototype live. R2s. May 19, 2026 Fox News Holy crap. The White House Fraud Task Force just found that 400 businesses receiving billions in federal grants may be fraudulent, because the Democrats turned off fraud protections. The firms didn't even file an address. And they got $6B+. We found that 400 businesses with contracts worth $6 billion, originally allocated by the Biden administration, didn't even file physical addresses at their businesses. That's a statutory requirement. You're not supposed to be able to get any money from the United States government unless you put down a physical mailing address, and they just didn't do it. Andrew Ferguson, WH Anti-Fraud Task Force Vice Chair, we demand a refund and prosecutions of the politicians who allowed it. Voter fraud, Monday, May 18, 2026. We are going to find out that President Trump actually won many of the states he lost in 2020, Once ballots in the 2020 election are counted that remain uncertifiable, it should show that Trump won Arizona, Georgia, Penn, Wisconsin, Mississippi, and Nevada, and likely a lot more. This massive bluff was foisted onto the country for 6+ years, including the 4 years Biden was in the White House, was because a coordinated hidden shadow election network spanning several states entered into a criminal conspiracy to pretend they had legally certified millions of ballots that were uncertifiable according to state and federal election laws. The storm is here on Telegram. Twos. May 19, 2026, holy crap. Californian election fraudster pleads guilty in Skid Row signature scheme. A California woman exposed in an investigation tied to ballot petition fraud has pleaded guilty after allegedly collecting voter registrations and signatures from homeless individuals in Skid Row using false addresses and incentives such as cash, cigarettes, and phone cards. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon said the conduct highlights how easily voter rolls can be manipulated under California law, noting that individuals registered with fake addresses could still receive ballots for state and federal elections. The scheme reportedly involved using stacks of registration forms and directing individuals to sign petitions under improper conditions, raising concerns about election integrity and enforcement gaps. A state of power on Telegram. Twos. May 19, 2026. Voter fraud. Michigan. All the adjudication logs in the Michigan 2020 election were missing, because of a massive 68.05% error rate in Antrim County's tabulation logs, versus the federal maximum allowed of 0.0008%. They literally just made as many ballots as they needed to steal the 2020 election from Trump and then deleted the adjudication logs, security logs, and event logs, and zeroed out results to prove the votes. In Central Lake Township alone, 81.96% of ballots, 1,222 out of 1,491, were rejected and sent for adjudication. He even tried to warn the government before the 2020 election and CISA ignored him. The Schiff on Telegram. T2s. May 19, 2026. The Obama administration used a powerful CIA/NSA surveillance program originally built in 2003 to hunt terrorists overseas, but then used it to spy on American citizens, and later expanded the software to alter election outcomes. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Just weeks after Obama took office in 2009, the program called the Hammer, HAMR, was illegally shifted to a secret CIA facility in Fort Washington, Maryland, and turned against American citizens for domestic spying, violating the Constitution. Obama, Joe Biden, John Brennan, and James Clapper were directly involved in the illegal operation. Scorecard software was later added, which is a vote manipulation tool installed on the Hammer system to intercept election data and flip 3% of votes in real time during transmission from voting machines/tabulators. Just another form of election manipulation on top of many others. The system was deployed in the 2012 election and Democratic primaries, and possibly in the 2016 and 2020 election as well. The most interesting part is that electronic vote manipulation goes back to the early 2000s. In October 2000, while working as a computer programmer at Yang Enterprises in Oviedo, Florida, computer programmer Clinton Eugene Curtis was directly approached by Tom Feeney, then Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives and the company's lobbyist, along with the company's corporate attorney, to create a prototype program capable of rigging elections. The software was designed to secretly flip votes 51-49 in favor of any chosen candidate or race without being noticed by election officials. Curtis states the program would be completely undetectable by county boards of elections unless someone examined the actual source code or had a verifiable paper trail/receipt to compare against the electronic totals. When Curtis initially provided a report on how to detect and prevent such fraud, including mandatory paper trails and source code reviews, the company owner, Mrs. Yang, rejected it and instructed him to hide the fraud in the source code instead. She reportedly told him it was needed to control the vote in South Florida. Curtis confirms he wrote the prototype as requested but left the company shortly afterward. He testified that such vote rigging software is simple to create, hundreds of lines of code at most, and could be inserted into central tabulators or voting systems. During his court testimony on this very program and the fraud in Ohio's 2004 election, based on significant discrepancies between exit polling data and official results in the 2004 Ohio presidential election, plus the known availability of rigging software and lack of protective measures, Curtis stated under oath that the 2004 Ohio election was likely hacked as well. This was just the early days of election rigging software and programs. Obama and his administration continued with their own endeavors as technology progressed, especially with Smartmatic and the use of wireless internet and remote access from anywhere in the world. This has been going on long enough. It's time to end any and all of these election rigging practices and programs and bring back real election integrity. If we don't fix our elections, we will lose this country, and it all starts with holding these people accountable. U2s. May 19, 2026. It took 50 years to expose the Kennedy assassination, but the truth is finally out. The Warren Commission lied. The government covered it up. EBS live on Telegram. JFK's assassination was not the act of a lone gunman, it was a full-blown military intelligence coup. Screw you, LBJ. I always smelled a rat, and you were the big one. Declassified documents released January 30, 2025, expose what many of us have long suspected. JFK was murdered by the very system he tried to dismantle. He challenged the Federal Reserve, the CIA, and the shadow elite. He signed Executive Order 11,110 to return to sound money. Within months, cover-ups, and silencing of truth. The files reveal CIA death squads, Operation Execute, a JFK hit memo from the Federal Reserve, and names like E. Howard Hunt, David Atlee Phillips, and even George H.W. Bush linked to that dark day in Dallas.